Chapter 2008. Usually, when it came to matters involving a large span of time, there would be an unavoidable problem at the third, fourth, and fifth step of research. Firstly, too much time had passed. Secondly, 16 eras had exploded and destroyed many things. Not long after, the chaotic void took advantage of the situation and gave order a kick. Now, when it came to matters of the previous era, everyone could only think of all sorts of things that had been forgotten and could not be found. It was the same with the origin matter. They were able to find some clues purely because they were very special in nature and were deliberately left behind by the god of origin. The void could not do anything about it. As for other things, well, if it did not wander around the void, it might leave something behind. For example, the relics of the previous era of this world were well preserved. It could be seen that the beings of this world often took care of these relics and were keen on using them to open the skulls of others. Originally, high-grade creations of order could be stored for a long time, as long as they did not wander around the void, as long as there was energy remaining, and the rules of their structure were not damaged. However, if it was some creations of order that could only output energy and not self-recover, then it would depend on whether its energy had been used up completely. To deal with the torrent of time, such high-grade creations of order would not waste much energy, but they would not be able to self-recover. Then, no matter how small the consumption was, it would be worn down one day. This mysterious creation of order that could cause demonized life forms to swarm towards it had a good structure. Its energy was also constantly maintained in a state of balance, neither too much nor too little. That was the reason why it could survive over 10 or 20 eras, if only it could leave behind more information. From the looks of the current situation, it was really impossible to tell anything. By the way, is it true that the demonized energy is the energy of a certain individual? We whispered in the soul transmission and subconsciously looked at Li Da and Mu Songyuan, who were talking to each other. Mu Songyuan had indeed returned during the battle and did not run away. However, he was basically picking on the demonized beings when he fought, and it was probably a little difficult for him to fight his own people. The demonized energy in the creation is mixed with the power of will. It is not like a dove taking over a magpie's nest. The two are in a state of perfect fusion, and we can conclude that the power of will and the demonized energy are one. Little explained softly. Moreover, if the demonized energy is just a kind of energy that drifts between heaven and earth and was transformed by the heart of the world, there should not be any power of will. That's right. Just from these 2 points alone, they could already tell. Let's not talk about this creation. Even the demonic energy in the pandemonium wasteland had a weak willpower. It was very weak, as if it had been diluted a few million times with water. This was something that they discovered later. Well, it was probably discovered by the Order warriors who were wandering in the pandemonium wasteland a few minutes ago. Before this, they had no idea about this at all. Normal origin energy was pure, clean, and pollution-free. There was no problem with this concept, and there was no exception. However, only the heavens knew that the demonic energy was not normal. Before this, they had only treated the demonic energy as an origin energy that was not quite the same as the normal origin energy that was born due to some mistake in the concept or rules of this world. However, it was also suitable for the 3 situations mentioned just now. It should be clean and pure. But now they knew that this was not some kind of origin energy, but energy released by a certain individual. With this clue, many things could continue to be explained. For example, this world should belong to that individual if there was no accident. It should belong to the heavenly god of primordial beginning, who is either at the peak or near the peak of the higher order. But to be honest, they felt that this energy was not normal. Based on what they knew about the characteristics of the demonized energy. It is the negative energy of order, and it can produce a lot of strange demonized beings. What is this? Are you also the energy of chaos? You can also self-divide, self-multiply, and create your own army? Normal energy would definitely not have such characteristics. Only chaos energy could do these 3 things. order energy was not good at these things, so it could only be that there was a problem with the energy itself. For example, the energy inherited the individual's characteristics. Although it was troublesome to point out these three talents, it was still possible. In the previous era, there were order warriors who used energy to fight. In this era, there were also such warriors. It was not surprising that this type of life form could make energy do these three things. However, this was still an active ability that needed to be controlled by the user. But demonized energy was different. It was an energy that directly inherited the individual's characteristics. It did not need anyone to control it, and the energy could do things on its own. But this could also be explained. After all, it was an individual who was good at the power of will. Giving energy its own characteristics was a very simple thing for it. It could even be done passively. This also explained where the power of will in the demonized energy came from. That individual was most likely dead. Its own structure, rules, order, and willpower had all disintegrated. Then predecessor, demonized energy, temporary, was given many characteristics by the structure, rules, order, and willpower released after the individual's disintegration, referring to those three characteristics. Coincidentally, this was the world of that individual. Its energy was originally scattered throughout the entire world. Being at the apex and being the core, something happened to it, causing the predecessor, demonized energy, temporary, to change into the demonized energy they knew at this very moment. Then, countless demonized life forms descended from the sky. The normal history of this world suddenly fell into a ditch and began to evolve into a long and never-ending history of disasters. They understood the explanation, but no wonder they didn't know how to put it. This was a little, they didn't know how to put it. The originally peaceful and harmonious world, because something happened to its creator. So, it seemed that this was a world that it had always carried with it. It wasn't deliberately turned into a source world and tossed aside. It should have been deliberately adjusted to be a special world with some special purpose. For example, the large number of world orbs that Maple carried on his back were all world orbs with special purposes. But if the world orbs were adjusted properly and forgot to restrict certain things, causing life to be accidentally born, it could only be cut off from the body and turned into a special source world. The latter was just an additional step, cutting off most of the connection between the world one created and oneself from the concept level of the laws. The only connection left was basically a mark between the creator and the created that served as proof and a certificate of acceptance. This way, this special world wouldn't be affected by the creator's misfortune. The world they carried with them all the time was used as a backup energy source. Usually, they would deal with it immediately to prevent it from giving birth to life. If they dealt with it too late and gave birth to life, they could only turn it into a source world, freeing up the capacity of their soul space. To complete the adjustment of a world and forget to destroy certain laws and concepts to give birth to life. This person was probably a newbie in creation. Furthermore, they didn't even take emergency measures. Probably a newbie among newbies. Perhaps they couldn't bear to do it? While the original intention of this creation was not to create a bunch of little people to amuse themselves with, it was not uncommon to accidentally create a bunch of little people who were hesitant to destroy the connection between them. Well, from the perspective of the Creator, they were all his children. If the connection between them was destroyed, there would be no relationship between them, and the world would not be tainted with an aura similar to his own. The remnant would also quickly vanish as the Creator replaced it. When that happened, any new life that was born would not have similar characteristics to the Creator, and they would not even be able to hold on until intelligent life appeared. In short, there would be no relationship between them in terms of essence, rules, and order. It was as if the Creator had created a ball, and a bunch of guests were living in the ball. That was how it was. A certain cold Creator. Sigh. What a sad world. If they knew that their Creator had become the destroyer, they probably wouldn't know what expression to show. We could not help but smack his lips and sigh, turning to look at Maple, who was lost in thought. What's next? Do we still follow the original plan and clean up the mess of the irresponsible creator of this world while we're at it? Hearing the word mess, Yun Nuashing's cheeks twitched. She thought for a moment and sighed softly. Let's clean it up then. Phew, the guy from the previous era, although I don't know its position and what else, but, Hui rushed up and poked her face. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't be so arrogant, okay? Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes and shook off his finger. For the sake of its tragedy, plus we have to look for something in this world over and over again. It's not impossible to clean it up and make it more presentable, right? Just think of it as the rent for the next 10 or 20 days. Can you not be arrogant? Cleaning up the mess of others is traumatizing to me. I have to find a reason for myself to act in a roundabout way. Shuang Shuang went up and poked Little Star's face, whispering, Aren't we taking this world away? Yun Nuashing's cheeks twitched again, and he could not help but smile bitterly. It seemed that Shuang Shuang had officially become a member of the Void Movers, and was working very hard to handle the business. Although they had mentioned it, but they were still unclear as to how they were going to move this special world away. We'll talk about this when the time comes. Right now, we're not sure if this world can be taken away, but if it can be taken away, then it's naturally good. Although there are a lot of messes here, it's still the power of order, and it can still be used if we're patient enough to clean it up. Let's talk about it later. All right, this round of guessing about the world is over. There's nothing left to guess anymore. Yun Nuashing waved his hand to wake everyone from their contemplation. He turned to look at the northern region. Next, it's time to do something head-on. By the way, Little Qing, did our people find anything in the northern region? I Ching scratched his head and confirmed for a while, before coughing dryly. There are 2 news, Yun Nuashing and Hui. You say it together. That's a little difficult. I Ching smiled bitterly and began to report seriously. At present, the carpet search has not found anything, but I have sensed that the nearest node in the northern region is close to the front line. The nearest defensive point is emitting a very powerful energy response. They are probably risking their lives and have also observed many high-energy responses from the northern region. Countless airships have taken to the skies, and they have probably moved most of their forces to the front line, because there are too many of them, and there is no place in the northern region that looks special. We can't find where their base is. Hui listened with his mouth agape and said blankly, the commander on the other side, I'm afraid. He's a hot-tempered guy. Under the situation where more than 70% of the army has collapsed and all the demonized life forms are dead, he did not adjust himself, nor was he suffering from paranoia. Instead, he simply took stock of his forces and rushed in. Phone, what do you think? You see, Origin bastard. Okay, you can shut up now. Tisk! Yun Nuashing crossed her arms, smacked her lips, and turned her head away. Everyone smiled bitterly. This group of guys was really stubborn. Moreover, they had encountered a guy who was even more stubborn and could recklessly travel through the void. This was simply what they wanted. He now hoped that the people on the other side would take stock of all their forces and come out in full force to show all their trump cards. That would save him a lot of trouble. The early end of the bait was simply the result of the cooperation between the 2 sides. Seeing that everyone was smiling bitterly and not knowing whether to laugh or cry, Yun Nuashing stuck out her tongue in a strange manner and said to Little Qingzi through soul transmission, Let them come. While they are gathering their forces, let everyone take the opportunity to dig 3 feet into the ground and find the anomaly in the northern region. Oh! Little Qingzi responded excitedly. Just as he gave the order, his expression suddenly changed, and then suddenly changed several times in a short 3 seconds. The speed at which his expression changed shocked everyone. This young man's face was alternating between green and white. Did he have a stomachache? About that, Lord Feng, Lord Hui, there is an emergency here. Little Qingzi looked at the 2 with a pale face and found the soul seed of another person through soul transmission, and had the person on the other side begin to transmit the message. Lord Feng, Lord Hui, we have sensed an abnormal demonic energy reaction coming from the entire northern region. It feels a bit like the lower-level nodes are doing something under the control of the higher-level nodes. All the airships in the city and all the combat forces have arranged into two groups and set off. Now, it is time for the second group to set off together. The number is hard to count. There is such a movement in the entire northern region. What the F***CK? Hui shouted in a daze. He covered his cheek with one hand and said, "Are they really coming out in full force? Do you have a rough estimate of the number? On the human side, on the demonic life form side. The number is no less than the number of abyssal death mist derivatives that are facing 10 of our frontline nodes at the same time. But most of them are demonic life forms, and the strength of the human race is less than 1/10 of them. I Ching had a toothache. The number of 10 nodes? Then it was estimated that they were really coming out in full force. That was already the number in the trillions. Hundreds of images came from the soul transmission at the same time, and each image came from a different region. All of them were images of millions of airships of various sizes flying forward, followed by a large pile of unidentified objects with monstrous foul air. They were majestically all over the mountains and plains, and they were moving quickly at a pace that shook the mountains and crushed the space. It looked like a carboniferous object with a radius of 10 million miles was rolling forward, and wherever it went, it would fall. This number is really shocking. Hui said in a daze, "Did we poke the beehive? Or is the other side too excited?" If one looked at the overall situation, or looked down at the entire northern region from high up in the sky, one would see that the blue sky and white clouds just now were suddenly filled with large groups of black clouds, and they were piecing together at a rapid speed. They were all rushing toward the border between the northern and eastern regions, converging as they rushed. According to their marching route, if there were no accidents, they would finish gathering hundreds of millions of miles away from the border. At that time, they would really be able to see the scene of the black clouds pressing down on the city, and it would really be a scene of the starry sky collapsing. Report to the two lords. This is the Chaos Devil Wilderness to the north of the eastern region. Now, all the demonic life forms within tens of thousands of light years from where I am are running toward the south of the eastern region. Number. Sigh, I don't know how many there are here. Anyway, it is more than the number of abyssal death mist derivatives that are facing 7 nodes. It's already reported? Then let me give a brief report here. All the demonic life forms in the Chaos Devil Wilderness to the north and northwest of the northern region, as well as the Chaos Devil Wilderness deep in the northern region, are running. Don't ask me how many there are, I can't count. Lord Feng, Lord Hui, there's an unexpected situation here. This is. A scream suddenly came from the soul transmission, followed by a sudden earth-shaking movement, as if they were at the scene of a disaster breaking out. Their cities are all covered in demonic energy. They are all rising into the sky. Their cities are rapidly demonizing into fortress-like great demons. All the fortress-like great demons are heading toward the eastern region. Wait, it's not over yet. The 2 fortress-like great demons closest to us, they are fighting. Damn, their aura has directly soared by a level. Everyone, what kind of full force is this? They are F***king carrying a nest and charging toward us. At this moment, their minds were occupied by the word unyielding and quickly washed to every corner, to the extent that they were a little stunned. Hui swallowed his saliva and used his elbow to poke Feng, who was also staring blankly and couldn't help but say, "There's finally a day where I see someone as unyielding as you. Look at this unyielding situation. This situation where the army is pressing in without a second word. This his cake. Yun Nuashing turned his head to look at Hui with his eyes wide open, then turned his head back with his eyes wide open. At this moment, he felt particularly speechless. They hadn't done anything yet, but they had just fought a battle and showed their faces once. and the other side had collectively gone berserk. From the human troops, who were originally the regular army, to the countless demonized beings in the chaos magical wilderness, and then to the fortress-like great demons that had been infected with a large amount of demonized energy to carry them into battle. Anyway, now he was a little dazed when he saw the scene in the soul image that was covered in monstrous filth. This northern region was either a hornet's nest or a large hedgehog. This was a desperate response, a desperate momentum, a murderous look. It was even worse than the hatred that had killed him. Were these bastards planning to use pure strength to bury them in this wilderness? Huff, 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 and in short, let's talk to that uncle first. Hui laughed dryly, hurriedly ran to Li Da and the others who were still talking over there, and told them what they had observed. Everyone was shocked. Their eyes were wide open, and they almost swallowed their hearts into their stomachs. Uncle Bird took a deep breath, but didn't manage to catch his breath. He rolled his eyes and almost fainted. Don't faint. Hui smiled bitterly and shook him a few times. He glanced at the soul image and reminded, according to their speed 2 at most, they will gather here in an hour. If you have any trump cards, hurry up and take them out. If you don't take them out now, things will get out of hand. But trump cards, there are no trump cards? Uncle Bird stared at him. Our previous habit was to fight against the demonized beings. We used whatever moves we had, and there was no need to hide them. There's no such thing as a trump card. Huey's handsome face suddenly wrinkled into a pained expression. Hey, that's true. They were not good at fighting people. Their usual opponents were a bunch of unintelligent creatures. To put it more seriously, they were fighting a group of high-quality air. Did they have to bare their fangs and brandish their claws and perform magic tricks in the air? Of course, they would use whatever they had. You said that it was useful to hide things when dealing with people. Demonized beings who only knew how to charge until they died would play tricks with you? In short, we can't just sit and wait for death. Hui grinned hard. You guys just have to quickly bring up the forces you can gather. The other side is going all out. Since they are only good at fighting demonized life forms, then just treat all of them as demonized life forms and fight them. Leave the rest to us. Hearing this, Uncle Bird smiled bitterly. Treat them all as... Okay, so be it. Although we originally transferred a lot of people from the rear to strengthen the defense of the border, we should be able to make it in an hour. The remaining people in extremely remote places probably won't be able to be summoned in time. Also, I heard you say that they directly mobilized demonized beings from the Chaos Demon Wilderness. Those who stayed at the border also have to suppress the Chaos Demon Wilderness to prevent a fire in their backyard. Hui smiled bitterly. That's true. The situation in this world is that the human race is trapped in the middle like dumplings. Originally, they could fight hard to keep the dumpling skin from closing, but now, forget it. I don't have the strength to complain anymore. When they saw the other side suddenly going crazy and planning to bury them in one wave, they felt physically and mentally exhausted. They didn't know whether the news that Uncle Bird suddenly spread throughout the army caused panic. But it was true that everyone in the army suddenly reacted quickly. The formation changed and reorganized rapidly. The airships that had just finished a battle were ready to fly again and lined up in midair. The personnel who had returned to their positions stood in their positions and prepared for battle. Under the shining sun, they could feel a strong sense of tragedy inadvertently spreading through the army. It was as if everyone treated this battle as the last battle, even if they didn't even see the shadow of the enemy. On the other side, Lu Xiaoqiu, that girl, was lying on the side of the ship and starting to write her will. At this juncture, could the will still be spread out? Little Qingzi, call everyone back first. Yun Nuoxing suddenly gave an order. His eyes flashed as he stared at the distant west. There was a constant movement, as if he had seen something in advance. The other side is going to fight to the death. For the time being, there's no need to beat around the bush with them. Let's fight them head on. These iron-headed fellows can be ranked in the top 3 among the gods. We have to respond to them properly. Respond. Hui spat out a mouthful of saliva. What level of response do you intend to use to respond? Oh, that depends on whether they are going to fight to the death or are here to test us. Yun Nuashing responded and moved a little. Then he suddenly thought of something and made in his heart. He sat down where he was and took out the tea table, teacups, and teapot to brew a pot of tea. Well then, you guys can do it. You guys won't let me do it anyway. Everyone. F***CK, the scale of a dozen or 20 nodes. Even if they weren't a group of abyssal death mist-spawns and didn't bring the power of chaos, that was still a scale of more than 20 nodes. They didn't have the combat power of the frontline nodes of the void here. Just the cannon fodder alone would make them weak. This. Why is this guy who should be clearing the place suddenly drinking tea so calmly? Oh, this damn smile. Oh, this playful look between his brows. Oh, this elegant smile. They understood now. This guy was suddenly pretending to be elegant. They didn't know who was the one who couldn't hold it in and stabbed Source beginning with a knife just now. But now he's pretending to be reserved here. But they couldn't let him pretend to be reserved now. With such a huge scale, if he, a one-man army, didn't do anything, even if they threw out 4 or 5 white walls, it wouldn't be enough. That phone. He scratched his head and laughed dryly. Can't you move a little? I'm not listening. Oh, this guy is throwing a tantrum. This, seeing everyone's pained faces. Yun Nuashing burst out laughing and waved her hand. All right, it's just a joke. Be elegant, don't get agitated. The void hasn't collapsed yet. Don't be anxious. Little Green, throw out the walls. Roar. Little Ching Zi let out a loud roar and yelled through the soul transmission. Everyone listen up! Lord Feng says that you can go all out and cause trouble. Take out all our new generation of energy towers. Instantly, a wave of ghostly wails and howls could be heard from the soul transmission. After a majestic roar, the overly excited Order warriors shook their hands and placed 100,000 feet tall energy tower in the space in front of them. They lined up horizontally and looked like a wall. That shocking movement caused everyone to stare blankly at them. What is this? Li De looked at the tens of thousands of feet high white walls in front of them. They spread out neatly for tens of millions of miles. He took a deep breath. I feel that they have a very powerful force. Could this be a relic of the previous generations? No. This is something that we figured out ourselves. It's not a relic. Hui waved his hand vigorously. This thing is very powerful. You will know later. Don't get caught up in their attack. Before he could finish his words, his expression changed. Li De was startled by the sudden interruption of his words. When he saw the solemn look on Li De's face, Li De immediately understood what was going on. He waved at the grand temple warrior behind him, and the latter quickly left to spread the news to every corner. The atmosphere of killing spread like a storm, and countless energies slowly gathered at the moment. They're already here? Li De gave the order. Then he looked ahead and asked Hui. Yes, those guys are sprinting over. Hui nodded. As he spoke, he moved closer to Feng and grinned as he looked at the distant sky. There, they could already feel the surging momentum of the vast, demonic energy gathering. The weight could even shake the void, causing the void to fluctuate. They're a whole 25 minutes early. Although we don't have the origin sanctum now, we can still make do with the energy tower that strengthens the domain. Little Green, set up the domain of order, but don't use the origin energy. Now that we don't have the origin sanctum as the core, the origin energy will drain the energy in a short while. Oh, got it. Guys, open the domain. Charge all the energy towers. Hui was speechless. No. They still have a short distance to run here. You're already charging? Feeling that the aura of the demonized energy was approaching the alert range, Yun Nuashing also slowly stood up. The aura that was slowly released from his body caused his robes and long hair to flutter wildly. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light fell from the sky, like the strong light that bloomed when the heavens and earth were split apart. The curtain of the falling aurora covered a radius of millions of miles, including the entire base camp. That surging and sacred aura caused the hearts of countless people to tremble. They felt that under the illumination of that light, their auras were forcefully raised by a few notches. Come. Yin Nuashing swung her arms. Layers of energy, circles, appeared in the surrounding space. Let us light up the world's most dazzling fireworks. The faces of the people behind her were stupefied, setting up the initial light and setting up the magic circles. That was a proper bully. She wanted to beat the opponent to death. This guy suddenly became excited when he met someone who wanted to fight him head-on. Chapter 2009. To be honest, when they came to this world and saw the existence of the primeval realm, their hearts skipped a beat. It was not because they were afraid or cowardly, but when they saw the primeval realm, they began to think about the possibility of encountering all kinds of problems. Currently, the most troublesome problem for them was naturally the two groups of people at the top of the void. They were really the kings of torment. Judging from the situation where the primeval realm basically did not appear in this era, encountering a large number of primeval realms in this world was almost certain that it was related to the previous era. And if it was related to the previous era, well, he said it directly. They were afraid of getting into trouble. And in the end, they found out that they were still encountering problems with origin or chaos. However, after that, they found that the primeval realms were as strange as this world. Their power of order did not pass, but they could still become primeval realms. That was interesting. However, since it was an incomplete primeval realms, it probably had nothing to do with the two groups of people. At least, the probability of it being related to them had decreased to less than 1%, so there was nothing to be afraid of, until they met a group of people who had the word unyielding written all over their heads. When they saw that they had the power of a high-level primeval, they almost blasted them with a cannon. Then they came out in full force. Yes, they really brought their nest over. Now, behind the front line, the smoky masses with a radius of more than 700,000 miles were their nest. A row of them hung in front of the front line. It was really oppressive, but that was the situation for the time being. At most, the enemy had an exaggerated number of people, but their top combat power was still not above the peak of the beginner level. As long as they did not reach the standard of high-level primeval realms, there would be no problem. However, the enemy was really unyielding. As a human, they treated themselves as if they were demonized and charged fearlessly at the enemy. This was really a way of fighting. Fortunately, they had fought against the underworld at the front line of the void for 5 eras. They were the least afraid of group fights and prolonged battles. Even if they did not have the origin temple or a complete realm of order, they still had boom, clang, 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 boom, clang. Hui heard the series of heavy blows and silently turned his head. He saw a gorgeous figure with 2 pairs of cloud wings spreading out in golden light, rampaging through the front line. The millions of magic arrays pressed on the enemy's faces were constantly pouring out torrents of energy, crushing everything that dared to rush to him into nothingness. He saw Feng one punch a 1,000-mile-long ship like a ball, stringing 100 ships on the opposite side into a pile of wreckage like a bowling ball. The corrosive source power delayed the detonation of the pile of wreckage for a few seconds, and at that time, the pile of wreckage had already rushed into the enemy's formation. A burst of energy fireworks bloomed on the spot, and the damage was maxed out. The enemy's formation was instantly in chaos. Yes, they still had this one-man army. This emperor of the formation had undoubtedly entered a small berserk state. As for the reason, there was no need to think or ask. It was definitely due to the noise that they could not hear. Looking at the increasingly irritated expression on his face, it was obvious. Then, why did this Morning Star of the Void frontline not use the 3 forms of nothingness to clear the battlefield? Good question, because Hui threw out his shield and pierced through a few large ships. He controlled the energy tower to release a torrent of energy in the direction of his right, and blew up a fleet that was besieging the eastern region's warriors like fireworks. Because there were a lot of allies on the battlefield who could not withstand his 3 forms of nothingness. Friendly fire was a laughable topic on the front lines. Although it was called friendly fire, everyone could actually handle it. At most, they would feel dizzy and be pushed into the void for a spin before returning. But here, they really couldn't laugh. Only their own people could withstand Maple's indiscriminate attacks. The others couldn't defend well, so they couldn't clear the battlefield. They could only personally go on a rampage. At this moment, they couldn't even use the hundreds of millions of magic formations, bows, and other forms because they were afraid of accidentally injuring others. After all, the battlefield in the real world couldn't be compared to the battlefield in the void. The latter space was infinitely large, and with a little force, the entire battlefield could be torn apart. One part would be pulled to the left, and the other part would be pulled to the right. The real-world space was too small. Speaking of which, it had been many years since they saw Maple attack so recklessly. Although his attack methods were restricted, he was still very violent. There were also violent maniacs who followed Maple to max out his peerless skill. They were also rampaging on the battlefield. Over there was a guy holding 2 energy towers, bursting out torrents of energy while waving them around like a blunt weapon. This guy was definitely brought out by Qing Jun, right? Generally speaking, the battle was very fierce and the situation was stable. The other side could forget about sinking their temporarily built realm of order. As for them, there was a large group of dark creatures in front of them. They did not know how long the battle would last. If Maple could attack unscrupulously, he could let the other side experience what despair was. But even if he could not use those unconventional means, according to this momentum, their forces would be exhausted in 3 to 5 days. After all, this group of demonized creatures was not the abyssal death mist derivative. They could not compare to the latter in all aspects, so it was not so strenuous to fight. Although it is not strenuous to fight, it is really easy to think of some unhealthy things after being watched for too long. We could not help but mutter those irritating memories. Yun Nuashing, who was charging forward, instinctively replied, "Why? Thinking of the 5 eras where you fought with the abyssal death mist derivative?" "That's right. Although there aren't that many abyssal death mist spawns here, nor are there any large structures here, nor are there any ugly and disgusting things here. The 2 colors are almost the same. My head is buzzing." Hui smiled bitterly and sighed. He looked at Maple's soul projection, and then found his figure in the chaotic enemy ranks. "You were so irritable just now. Have you come back to your senses now?" "Oh." Yun Nuashing grunted in response. She first used a torrent of energy to destroy a large pile of things in front of her before slowly replying, "I still find it noisy and irritating, but moving can divert part of my attention, so I won't be too irritable. That being said, I still feel that it would be better to destroy the things that they called over from the demonized life forms. Let them continue to increase their forces, and there will be no end to this." "That's true." Hui nodded. His eyes swept across the depths of the enemy ranks. There were more than a dozen locations where he could confirm the existence of that creation's energy signature, and all of them were very deep. They were probably placed at the most heavily defended places. After confirming, he could not help but smile bitterly. There were more than a dozen of that order creation all of a sudden. It was no wonder that the number of demonized creatures had suddenly increased to such a ridiculous level. These guys really got excited just by poking at them. Found the place. Hui hurriedly reminded Maple, who was still charging forward. Just as he was about to follow him, he saw that Maple was suddenly surrounded and could not get away for a while. Hui could not help but smile bitterly, so he went to Little Qingzi and said, "Little Qingzi, those dozen places. Yes, that order creation. I will open a path for you. You take your men and destroy them. Ah, wait. If you can get them back, then get them back. If you can't, then just blow them up. Got it. Hui was speechless. That's why little Qingzi's accent became a little strange. Just as he was about to use a divine shock to clear the area and open up a path to heaven, the demonized creatures surrounding him suddenly stopped moving, startling him. Before he could figure out what had happened to them, the airships from the northern region that were fighting side by side with them also turned around and ran back desperately. Seeing this, he was stunned again. Were they running away directly? They charged over menacingly and, after a few rounds, realized that they could not bite down on this tough bone and decided to retreat? He felt that it was not possible. If it was impossible, then what was happening now? He seemed to understand. The demonized energy that was spreading in the surrounding space like clouds and mist suddenly gathered in the direction of the headquarters in the northern region. The demonized life forms that had stopped their movements let out beast-like roars. The reverberations that reverberated throughout the mountains and plains were deafening and extremely ear-piercing. In the next second, they suddenly exploded, turning into billowing demonized energy that surged toward the direction of the suction force. Many people were stunned when they saw the commotion. They stopped waving their weapons and looked toward the direction of the abnormality. Their ferocious expressions, due to the fierce battle, stiffened. Above the headquarters of the northern region, there was something that couldn't be seen clearly. However, judging from its aura, it was definitely a creation of order. Furthermore, the aura and energy level indicated that it was definitely a very high-level creation of order. At this moment, countless demonized life forms were howling and roaring as they converged with the demonized energy to form a vast galaxy that fell into the unknown creation of order. Under the control of the former, an energy storm the size of a star system swept across the sky. Monstrous filth rolled and spread out, even to the headquarters of the eastern region. The mighty might of the creation of order was transmitted to every inch of space that was affected by the demonized energy. The sky suddenly became dim. In the place where the storm of demonized energy covered, the sky seemed to be shrouded by a layer of black curtain. The sun and the moon were all hidden. Looking up at the sky, one could only see a constantly rotating and releasing a terrifying energy aura. To be honest, everyone could not tell what the thing in the sky was. The clouds did not look like clouds, nor did it look like a vortex condensed by energy. It was obviously a phenomenon caused by the convergence of surging energy, but they had never seen such a phenomenon before. This phenomenon. What the hell is going on? Mu Tsangyuan and the others, who had hurriedly retreated to the base camp, only felt at a loss when they saw the changes in the sky and earth. At this time, they had no idea what was going on. They only felt a very terrifying aura reverberating here. In the depths of this world, something was emerging. Its movements even distorted their perception of everything. Although I don't know what's going on, something must be happening. Li hurriedly glanced at the changes in the sky and earth. At this moment, most of the demonized creatures on the battlefield had retreated. They had become energy that was driving that thing, causing some kind of change to happen. Only a small number of demonized creatures were still cooperating with the people of the northern region to attack them in an even more violent manner. Even though their numbers were reduced, their offensive seemed to be several times stronger. Find a way to open a path. We must stop them. Lita punched the space. Just as he was about to step out, he saw the girl in white walk in front of him. She said to him indifferently, "Withdraw all of your power. You won't be able to control the next battle." Lita scratched his cheeks in a daze. "Well, I still want to help. It's fine if you want to, but you won't be able to control it." She shook her head lightly and turned to look at the churning vortex. The result now may be difficult for even us to control. Feeling the interference and suppression brought about by the creation of order, Yun Nuashing's expression changed slightly. She turned her head to look at the place where the mighty energy came from. Her colorful eyes flashed with a dazzling light. The aura of a high-level primeval, and it's quite strong. That's a creation of order that contains the power of that existence. Hui had already understood it when it started flapping. At this moment, he didn't know what kind of expression he should use to face this fact. He scratched his handsome face with both hands and looked like he was about to break down. Damn it, this world really doesn't lack surprises. Look at this thing, this. I would believe you if you said they dug up the grave of a peak primeval, but this thing. The problem is that they can still use it. Look at this aura. Oh, my heavenly god of origin, this power, this aura. This is the full power of a standard high-level primeval. No wonder so many demonic creatures were gathered here. They were all fuel. They are all living fuel. What's wrong with using that existence's power to drive the thing that he left behind? This couldn't be more suitable. They won't even be hurt by the forceful drive of the creation of order. No wonder they continued to charge at us without hesitation after being poked. They were clearly prepared. Huey's lips trembled a few times and pulled a painful arc. Do you think this group of people is the child of the world? Or something like that? What are they? Only God knows what they are. Yun Nuashing shook her head and stared at the thick curtain in the sky. Her gaze changed slightly. Territory, this distortion of the rules, the distortion of the concept, and the movement of forcefully projecting something. It's a bit like the movement of the primeval territory. Huey's face twitched. You mean the purpose of the creation of order is to unfold that existence's primeval territory? I guess so, from the movement. Look at those demonized creatures. They have all become several times stronger. Even the people in the northern region have been strengthened. It's as if they have suddenly stepped into their own territory and become stronger. Yun Nuashing narrowed her eyes as she spoke. Hui, did you notice that the people in the northern region and the demonized energy seem to be in a state of symbiosis? The demonized energy won't affect them. They can use the demonized energy floating between heaven and earth without being eroded. I see it now. So what's going on? Maybe it's like what you said. Maybe they dug up that existence's grave and got something from it? Don't be like that. I just mentioned it casually. Ugh, although the possibility is quite high. Hui shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. If the people in the north really had something to do with the existence that had an 80% chance of being dead, there was probably no need for an if. Looking at the commotion they had caused, the commotion itself was already evidence. Yun Nuashing kicked an airship that was about to crash into her face at full speed. The airship spun and disintegrated as it flew backward. The people on it were blown away in all directions by the explosion of the airship's disintegration. She glanced at the result and turned her gaze to the creation of order that was continuously releasing demonized energy, like a demonized nebula. She did not know what it was going to do, but it seemed that she did not need to know. She just needed to make it unable to do anything. Ling, the battlefield has been cleared. The enemy's attention is all here. You can fight to your heart's content. Shi Zhao's voice rang softly in her soul. Yun Nuashing heaved a sigh of relief. Just as she was about to make a move, the voice of the little angel also rang softly. Do you need help? You just need to watch the battlefield over there. Leave this to me. Habitual words? Yun Nuashing laughed dryly and readily admitted. Yes, I'm not sure either. Then you be careful. Call us if you need anything. Yun Nuashing shrugged and smiled. Looking at Hui, who had just escaped from the encirclement, he could not help but tease. What a mess. Hui grimaced at him and wiped the dust off his handsome face. Didn't you see how many times they suddenly went berserk? Huff, 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 huff. Did these guys all eat the energy of chaos? They suddenly drove the airship straight into my face. It's fine if they just crashed into me, but they even self-destructed when they crashed into me. If I had known, I would have kicked them back like you. What's the point of carrying them? All right, stop laughing at me. What are you going to do? This thing seems to have suppressed your primordial light of chaos a little. I took back the primordial light myself. I'm holding it in. As for how I'm going to do it, what do you think? Yun Nuashing stroked her hair and said faintly, Of course, I'm going to blow it up like fireworks. There's no need to think more about the current situation. The power of the source of origin surged wildly in his body. A white storm spread out with him as the center. But this time his movement was obviously much smaller compared to the big guy who was brewing in front of him. Primordial creation, primordial, the power of the source of origin gathered in the surrounding space into a colorful white ball of light. Just as it was gathering in his hand like a whirlwind, a red light suddenly fell from the sky and shrouded him and Hui. It was as if they were suddenly showered with a spotlight. The two who were originally hiding in the corner and making inconspicuous preparations suddenly became very obvious. The two of them were like frogs in the field at night. They froze in an instant. Roar! The demonized life forms that were still beating up the Order realm with all their might now all turned their heads around with a whoosh. Their crazed gazes locked onto the sneaky duo, and in the next second, without hesitation, they charged towards them with the momentum of an army of 10,000 charging forward. The airships on the other side all turned their heads, and all the energy changed direction. It was as if they knew that the two people hiding there were up to something. They didn't even care about the energy bombardment coming from the realm of order. They only wanted to rush over and drown the two troublemakers with one shot each. This sudden commotion caused the two people from Yun Nua planet to be dumbfounded. Stop, stop, stop. This path is blocked. I Ching shouted and threw out a fully loaded energy tower like a firecracker. It blocked the demonized creatures and the airships that turned around in front of them. He waved his hand and led a group of Order warriors in front of them. He shouted and threw out another wall. He put one hand on his waist and pointed at the front like a general. If you don't kill me today, don't even think about leaving here. Boom! It was not known when the fortress-like demons had sneakily rushed to the front line and sent a torrent of energy at the heroic I Ching. The roaring torrent swallowed the latter half of a sentence and fell to the ground. The sudden burst of demonized energy made everyone in the base camp silent. Trouble comes from the mouth. Before they could finish their sentence, they were hit in the face. Speaking of which, they really did not notice the fortress-like demons. They did not even feel the presence of the fortress-like demons when they suddenly appeared in front of them. I Ching shook off the smoky energy. With a huge afro and a charred, handsome face, he raised a void greeting gesture towards the fortress-like demons. His face was ferocious. The moment he opened his mouth, his aura was shocking. N%. UF** King have no morals. Guys, take out all the level 1 energy towers. N%. I want to destroy it with one shot. Fire! Shoot them down! The Order warriors who were just blasted in the face and almost had their defenses broken were all cursing as they pressed the energy cores that were tainted with origin energy on the level 1 energy towers. They did not choose to condense energy and directly threw out a standard torrent of energy. It seemed that they were humiliated by the sudden sneak attack and did not even bother to condense the most powerful energy attack. Everything initiates the origin. The origin falls into nothingness. Although the bright red light mark above their heads was still there, it should only be something like an energy beacon. It had no other purpose other than to stand out and make them stand out, so that the demonized beings and the people of the northern region would rush over and focus fire on them. The storm of the origin had expanded to the extent that it could compete with the demonized energy storm in this region. The colorful white light hovering above Yun Nuashing's palm was beating like a heart. The energy inside was rotating rhythmically, becoming more and more destructive. As the power of the origin continued to gather and thicken, even the demonized energy in this region had retreated, leaving a blank area. Hundreds of millions of magic circles, dyed with the color of the origin energy, stacked behind him and condensed into a thick cake of light. A ray of golden, brilliant sun descended from the sky, tearing a corner of the dark curtain that covered the land and sprinkling the pure and brilliant light in this space. Hui held up his shield and placed both his feet in the space, using energy to bind himself and the space tightly. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would be blown out of the center of the storm. Now he only needed to tear the binding on one of his feet, and he would be blown into a split in mid-air by the gale. He grimaced and could not help but remind Maple, "If you don't do it now, I will be pressed into the void of the origin first." Yun Nuashing glanced at him and shook his head, helplessly. He had just condensed the limit, but it should be enough. The power of the origin condensed in his hand turned into a white flame as he clenched his fist. The energy that was on the verge of going out of control burst out with an explosive aura that was enough to chisel a big hole in the void and the void. "I haven't thought of a name yet. In short, you will be annihilated in the torrent of the origin." He roared. His right hand, which was wrapped in the power of the origin, punched forward with all his strength. When the energy that had gone out of control exploded, it released a mighty flash that blinded Huey's titanium eyes. The moment the flash of the origin burst out, everything in the space in front of him was beaten back to the original point. After the sudden eruption of the surging storm, Huey's hair was pulled in the same direction as if it had rushed into a typhoon. It was pulled straight. The storm on his face came and went quickly. It was over in 1 or 2 seconds. Also, the expected energy explosion did not appear. There was no movement. There was an unprecedented big scene, big explosion, big fireworks. Instead, it was quiet. Well, it was very quiet all around. The sound of the raging storm seemed to have weakened a little. He carefully recalled the last scene before his eyes went blind. He seemed to have seen a sudden flash of light, a flash of light, like the flash of light that came when the Deyuan realm was created. The moment it left his hand, it expanded by millions of times. Then he went blind. So what happened at the scene? Hui turned his head, and his chin hit the space in front of him. The space in front of him was like a huge piece of cardboard that was smashed by a knife, and there were many uneven cracks of different lengths on both sides of the whole crack. It was like the marks left behind by a blunt knife. Then there was the group of fortress-like great demons and some of the super-large airships in front of the formation. They were gone. Not even a wisp of smoke was left. This crack seemed to have no limit. It was a crack that was narrow at both ends and wide in the middle. He could only see the place where it began to narrow at the far end. But according to the rough shape, this crack was at least through. He did not know. It was probably a few thousand light years. Maybe it was even farther away. And this was only what he could see on the surface. If he switched to the energy perspective, he would be able to see more clearly that there was not a trace of energy left around the crack. Only now did he notice that the sky had cleared up, and the dark clouds that shrouded the land had been wiped clean along with the crack that led to the primordial void. Hui swallowed. He firmly believed that even if he stood in the path of the energy flash, he would definitely turn into a wisp of energy and return to the origin. Well, it might be a little too exaggerated, but it was definitely not a problem to destroy his defense. Chapter 2010. The space in front of them was so clean. No, it was not clean at all. If one took a closer look, they would find that the crack was too dazzling. It was the remnant source energy, and the energy from the disintegration of order on the crack. Both of them made the crack difficult to heal for a long time. If one stared at it for a long time, they would go blind. Anyway, there was nothing left in this space except for Maple's energy. It was empty and clean, as if it was the beginning of the world and the energy cycle had not been fixed. If this crack continued to be there, it would prevent the world itself from restoring the space here. If it was left alone, it would probably dig out a lot of space before it was over. It was better to repair it as soon as possible. Hiss! Hui was just about to erase the crack when he suddenly heard Maple's gasp of disgust. His common sense told him that something must have happened to Maple. Hui turned his head abruptly and saw Maple's face full of disgust as he used his left hand to press down on his cracked right arm. Suddenly, the standard ending. Hui was used to it and could look at this scene very calmly. It was better to say that he was slightly surprised that Maple didn't fall down after the explosion. In the past, it always ended with Maple falling down. TSK, 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 TSK. You're having fun with the new power, aren't you? Hui kept smacking his lips. He grabbed his cracked arm and looked it up and down. He even patted it twice. As he patted it, he said, "Look at you. TSK, TSK, TSK." The energy that exceeded the limit almost broke your arm. Yun Nuashing gasped after being patted twice. He quickly pulled his arm back and stared at Hui. "Don't pat me. It hurts. If you know it hurts, don't you know how to use other methods of attack? 2 normal pull of 10,000 mammoths would be enough to deal with it, right?" Hui rolled his eyes. This guy hadn't even fully familiarized himself with Yuan Chu's power and was already messing around. If he could break his arm this time, he would be able to break his own people next time. Yuan Chu's power, even if it was his essence, was not that convenient to use. TSK, didn't we urgently think of some other methods when we were fighting just now because we were worried about accidentally injuring too many people? Who knew that later? Yun Nuashing grinned and said in a slightly depressed tone. Who knew that later on, the other side suddenly went all out, and our side suddenly cleared out. This new moves have been created, so we have to give it a try, right? In the end, it's still an extremely large AoE attack. Although it's able to sweep across the entire battlefield indiscriminately, the width of the attack is still. Hui continued to roll his eyes, gathering all his strength in his hand and wiping it across the crack that he didn't know how far it had gone. Immediately, there was a sound of rolling thunder and tsunami-like sound, causing frequent lightning and thunder to appear. A colorful cloud of energy covered the edge of the crack, and it began to roll and surge from both sides to the middle, causing the entire crack to slowly close. Hui heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the crack begin to close. Wiping that crack had used up 1/5 of his energy. Maple, this crazy guy, asked, "So, what new move did you come up with?" "It's not a new one, just an upgraded version." Yun Nuashing waved his hand and looked at his cracked and shiny arm with interest. Order disintegration, an enhanced version of source power. Hui. Well, the crack had the aura of order disintegration. He had already guessed it, this crazy guy. Then, as of now, to what extent had Maple mastered the source form? Well, he wasn't too sure, and he probably didn't know either. But at present he knew that there were several deadly commonly used skills that had become even more deadly after coming into contact with the source power. He was probably only missing the 3 forms of nothingness and sinful language. Oh, just now, he seemed to have tried to use the source power to release origin order, rhythm of light modified, but it didn't seem to have much practical effect. It wasn't handled properly and it was only slightly stronger, but it didn't change as much as source power order disintegration. It seemed like it could continue to be strengthened. Why was he researching this when he had nothing better to do? Yun Nuashing saw that there was something wrong with his gaze and couldn't help but mutter, "What strange things are you thinking about?" "Oh, I'm thinking about all kinds of deadly skills you have, and I want to see to what extent you're not a human." Yun Nuashing thought for a while. "Are you referring to the degree of mastery of the source form?" Hui nodded vigorously. There was no need to say anything more. "Well, it's actually about the same as what you guessed. I've mastered half of it at present." Yun Nuashing was still looking at his right hand that was full of cracks, and it's not very stable and not very reliable. If I use too much strength, it's easy to torture myself into this miserable state. He turned his head and looked at his right hand that was full of cracks, his face slightly distorted, and he couldn't help but say, "I suddenly remembered when you first mastered the 3 forms of nothingness." "Ah, no, the first time you used the boundless chaos. At that time it was really... Wow, that was really a long time ago, more than a dozen eras ago. That was not long after I became an energy life form. When I first used the boundless chaos, I couldn't grasp it at all, and I couldn't even change the form. Yes, at that time you were majestic and shouted loudly, and then fell down with a buzz. You couldn't even hold on for 2 seconds, unlike now where you can erupt at any time for 10 seconds and half a minute, and repeatedly erupt dozens of times without falling down, and change the form and erupt again, the power multiplied. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. After all, it was the first time I tried it. At that time, I hadn't mastered the power of the void and nothingness, and it was just the pure, boundless chaos. Later, because I wanted to use the boundless chaos, then I became more and more inhuman, and kept walking in the direction of inhuman, and went further and further. From then on, the 3 forms of nothingness shook the void. Even chickens and dogs would not be able to rest in peace within tens of thousands of light years. Hui clapped his hands, and then spread them out abruptly. Look at you now. From that time on, I no longer saw you as a human. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. I'm not a human to begin with. Hui did not know whether to laugh or cry. Well, although this was indeed a statement, it just sounded very awkward. It must be emphasized that the 2 of them were actually slacking off. After all, there was no need for them to get involved in the matters on the other side. They just had to close the big crack in the sky so that it would not cause additional damage to this strange world. If they accidentally caused some kind of irreversible damage, then it would be a big problem, and this strange world would probably go all the way to an even stranger direction, and by then it would be impossible to save it. Under the high blue sky, the battle was still going on. However, it was now a one-sided cleansing and encirclement battle. After the explosion of the source's light, the forces in the northern region that were close to it were all swept up by the impact of the storm and crushed like paper. Now, not even a scrap of paper was left. 90% of the demonized energy had also disappeared, leaving only the occasional energy flashes to continue cleansing the remaining demonized life forms and soldiers in the northern region. As for the northern region's main camp, yep, as I said, not even a scrap of paper was left. That was a bit of a pity. He still wanted to kidnap that unknown creation of order to take a look at it. But thinking about it carefully, it would not be fun to wait until it was ready to unleash some kind of power, so forget it. Little Green Child was still cursing as he used the energy tower to transform into a brute and pummel the souls of the remaining soldiers of the northern domain. He was cursing and beating at the same time, changing his lines 3 or 4 times. It seemed that while the demonized energy did not really hurt him, he was still feeling humiliated and was now doing his best to get back at them. When he and Maple finished dealing with the crack and went back, that was more or less what they saw. I feel like we are just bystanders. When Monitor saw them coming back, he sighed. You just blew up the battlefield at the beginning, and we had nothing to do at all. We're already saying our last words over there. One of our brothers even took advantage of this final moment to confess to the girl. In the end, he was dumped even when death was at hand. Now he's left over there crying. How tragic. Hui and Maple were speechless. What a sad story. Ahem. Hui coughed dryly, scratched his cheek, and explained, You can't say that. After all, this is a war. Although according to our subjective consciousness, it is better not to fight if we don't have to. But since there is no way to fight, it is necessary to let all the people who should be involved in it be in place. Otherwise, if we are the only ones who are fighting, who is the one who is fighting and why? This is a matter of position. The conflict was originally intensified to the point that it could not be held back, so we can't be the only ones fighting. Monitor scratched his head when he heard this. Well, that's true. After he finished speaking, he stroked his hair and looked at the 2 with his hands on his hips. So, you really joined the heavenly mystic world with a certain purpose. Hey, you have said it, right? You must have more or less understood after seeing the scene just now. Hui crossed his arms and smiled brightly. But don't ask. You will understand after you go out. As I said before, some things can only be discussed after the people are in place. It is useless for me to say it now. Compared to our matter, have you seen anyone from the primordial world? It was a mess just now, so we didn't care whether they came out or not. Them. Shu Qing carried the long spear on her shoulder with one hand and looked at the clear sky in the distance. She said indifferently, they killed themselves. Hui. No way. They were all wiped out. They were all gone just like that. Shu Qing's face twitched a few times, and a trace of lingering fear surged in her lifeless eyes. I don't think anyone can survive the energy flash just now. And when the battle started, we did see people from the primordial world. We deliberately looked for them to fight. So, if they came out with the other side this time, then we didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He shook his head. Okay. This group of people who made their presence known. He was still a little expectant to see what they could do. He didn't expect that they would be taken away by Maple's energy flash while they were in the army. By the way, Maple had just been arrested. Little Angel pulled up Little Star's sleeve and saw that his entire arm was covered in energy cracks. The light of energy was constantly flashing in the cracks, and it was quite bright. She frowned and stared at him with slight displeasure. Can't you take it easy? Aya, this is just a small accident. Yun Nuashing scratched her head and laughed dryly. She saw the golden eyes staring at her with suspicion. She laughed even more dryly. Okay, actually it is not an accident. It is a situation that I expected. But this is really within my expectations. It is not a big problem, really not a big problem. Yes. It is not a big problem. She heard him and sighed helplessly. She stroked his arm gently and tried to heal the wound on his arm with her energy. When have you ever thought that there is a big problem before you torment yourself until you are nothing but a ball of light? Yun Nuashing thought carefully. But in fact, she didn't want to know. Okay, no. The little angel rolled her eyes at him and flicked his finger. When she saw him grimace in pain, she said, Let's see if you'll take it easy in the future. Although it's useless to say that. Yun Nuashing laughed dryly. Now he could only laugh dryly. Lord Maple, Lord Hui, there is a gift here. A group of people suddenly landed on the deck noisily. Yi Qing walked in front, waving his right hand and shouting at them. His left hand seemed to be dragging something behind him. Yun Nuashing heard the shout and turned his head instinctively. Before he could see what the gift was, he saw Siyu and the others surrounding him and looking at his arm. Qing Huang carefully poked his arm. Her pretty face was full of concern. Are you okay? Oh, it's not a big problem. It's just that the excessive energy caused the body to crack. Yun Nuashing smiled and patted her head affectionately. After a while, when the energy subsides and the structure of the law is repaired, it will be fine. Don't worry. He turned his head and tried to look at I Ching, who had stopped beside Hui. But because his hand was held by Little Angel and Siyu, he couldn't see that side. He had to ask, So, what gift did you bring back? Captives. Shuang softly told him what happened when he and Hui were slacking. When we were cleaning up the battlefield, we caught a flying ship that wanted to escape. When the people on the flying ship saw us, they immediately blew up the flying ship, and then all of them self-destructed. We only had time to catch a guy who was knocked unconscious by the impact of the explosion. Well, we even healed him. If we didn't block the subsequent impact, he might have died. Yun Nuashing. For a moment, he didn't know whether to say that they were really unyielding or that the guy was unlucky that he didn't have time to self-destruct. After Little Angel and the others treated the wound for a while, and the crack was about 70 to 80% healed. He felt that it was about time, so he pulled them towards Hui. In just a short while, there were already 7 or 8 people surrounding Hui. He could vaguely see a person sitting in the middle of the surrounded area. It looked like they were going to push the unlucky guy to the ground and give him a good kick in the next second. Hey, Maple, your wound is treated? Hui heard Maple coming over. He turned his head and glanced at Maple's hand. Then he turned his body slightly and waved his hand to let everyone spread out a little. Come and take a look. After the circle dispersed, Yun Nuashing saw the guy in the middle. That guy, well, his hands were tied behind his back. The rope cast by the energy was coiled around his body again and again, tying him up very artistically. It took him 5 seconds to ignore the way he was tied up and carefully looked at his appearance. Well, he was a human. There were no strange creatures. After all, he was a native of this world. Of course, there were still some differences. His skin looked gray and white, like the walls and white paper. His eyes, the whites of his eyes were tinged with a faint dark blue. Visually, they leaned towards gray. His pupils were still black, but they were pure black, like the surging of the demonic energy. One could barely see the changes in the surging clouds, which made people feel uncomfortable looking at him. Other than that, there was nothing special about him. Yun Nuashing looked at the silent captive who was staring at them viciously. Then he looked at Reed. The latter was a normal human with black hair and black eyes. His skin was not gray or pale. Yun Nuashing could not help but ask, before the 2 divisions in the eastern region, were there any branch races that were tainted with other laws or had other forms? Branch races? The bird was stunned for a moment. After thinking for a while, he realized what Yun Nuashing was talking about and shook his head. They were the same as us in the beginning. So, this change should have happened after that. Oh. Yun Nuashing responded casually. He turned his head and looked at the captive who was changed into a human and tied up like a brother. Then he said, casually, "Do you have anything to say? Leave a last word. Leave a harsh word. Now is your time to speak. We will try not to interrupt you." The captive glanced at him coldly, snorted, and did not answer. He even closed his eyes. "Well, you are quite arrogant." Yun Nuashing turned to look at Reed. "Then, are you not going to say anything?" The bird was silent. He frowned and seemed to be in a complicated mood. He just took a deep breath and sighed. "I don't know what to say." Even if there was something he wanted to say, he had already said it. After their last conversation, they already knew that these compatriots who had left the eastern region had changed. From their minds to their bodies, they were no longer the compatriots they knew. Now that he saw them again, he didn't know what to say. Should he call them compatriots and shake hands and make peace? That was not how Yun Nuashing would do it. The captive in front of him suddenly looked up at Reed and grinned cruelly. "Coward, cowardly bastard. You are exactly the same as before. You are all damn dregs. Everyone." This guy finally spoke after being silent for a long time, although it sounded like a fart. Lida frowned slightly. Before he could figure out what to do or say, the captive continued, "This world should have ended a long time ago. You are just insignificant and pitiful maggots. Your era should have ended a long time ago. Only we can guide this world to the right path. Only we can free this world." These strange words stunned Yun Nuashing and the others. He stared at the captive's eyes, which were full of malevolence and mockery. The captive's gray eyes were surging with a chaotic luster. His will seemed to be covered with a layer of haze and had become impure. It was as if he had lost control of himself, or as if he had gone mad. There are traces of distortion in his consciousness and spirit. Yun Nuashing said to everyone through soul transmission, either he was beaten silly or he was already silly. Cough, cough. I'm being serious. There seems to be some kind of inducement to the mind. See, you asked curiously, what will happen? Inducement to his spirit. If it is not spiritual suggestion, then it is spiritual control. As for what will happen, it is what he is like. Yun Nuashing turned to look at the captive whose face was getting more and more twisted. He is a bit like some of the lunatics in some religious worlds. Those who like to brag about their beauty and always make a fuss. They are all people who have been fooled from their spirit to their soul. Spiritual suggestion. He scratched his head. That is not easy. I don't think it will work, even if we torture him. Yun Nuashing looked at him. What do you want to ask? The location of the headquarters in the northern region and what they are doing now. Yun Nuashing nodded. He looked at the captive whose expression was getting more and more twisted and paranoid. He narrowed his eyes slightly and said to everyone around here, "The next scene is a bit unsuitable for children. Children who have not reached the age of 1 era. Please evacuate with the accompaniment of your parents." What? Everyone was stunned. As soon as they turned their heads, they saw a colorful shadow rushing out. Then a heart-wrenching scream sounded at the same time. They turned their heads abruptly. Then all of them trembled. Their faces immediately changed into expressions of shock, pain, and shock. Yun Nuashing's right hand grabbed the captive's neck and hung him in the air. More than 20 finger-thick chains of order and law swept out from her cloud wings and pierced the captive's body from top to bottom. Among them, 6 chains pierced his brain and continued to squirm deeper in, as if they were going to build a nest in his brain. The captive was stimulated by this and only let out a scream. He rolled his eyes and trembled all over. Then he went limp and stopped moving. Everyone who saw this sucked in a breath of cold air. No wonder, he said, that this scene was not suitable for children. Look at that unlucky captive. His mouth was wide open and his tongue was drooling to the side. His eyes were completely gray, and the veins on his forehead were popping out. All of his soul and spirit defenses were violently torn apart after being pierced by a few chains of order. In fact, under the influence of the excessive power of order, half of his soul was instantly burnt. Look at that dumbfounded expression on his face, and look at the scene of him being strung up. Damn, this scene would definitely give anyone nightmares. I see. He's quite cautious. Since there are traces of brainwashing, there's no need for him to know more. He just needs to act according to orders. Yun Nuashing's eyes flashed. He quickly read the captive's memories and engraved them. He was very familiar with this, but the priority of this method wasn't high. Reading memories was troublesome to begin with. After that, he still needed to organize the large pile of memories himself. He didn't have the time to look through the memories one by one. It was very troublesome. Compared to this method, he preferred to guide the captive. However, this captive seemed to be an ordinary soldier. Even if he could guide the captive, it would probably be useless. At most, he would just send the captive back to the captive. Well, reading memories didn't seem to be of much use. He didn't get anything useful. The mastermind behind the scenes had done a good job of controlling information and memories. Things that didn't need to be known wouldn't be known. That way, the possibility of being exposed would be smaller. The soldiers only needed to follow orders like puppets. The only thing that could be found from the clues was some information that might be useful. The division between the eastern and northern regions started hundreds of thousands of years ago, right? Lida saw him looking at him and quickly nodded. He added, "It started on a very small scale hundreds of thousands of years ago. Later on, it became more and more intense, and the division accelerated. It wasn't until 100,000 years ago that the division was truly completed." Oh, Yun Nuashing nodded slightly and frowned slightly. The timing does match, but it's a pity that this part of the matter is vague. It seems that someone has done something to blur this part of the memory to prevent the information from being leaked. What happened? Hui asked hurriedly. Maybe it's as you guessed. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, they came into contact with something and underwent some kind of change. TSK, the important part can't be seen clearly. Yun Nuashing narrowed his eyes. Just as he was about to take the next step and read and restore that part of the memory at the expense of destroying the captive's soul and mind, he was suddenly startled. Suddenly, he felt like he was being stared at by something. At the same time, a strange energy fluctuation suddenly came from the soul and body of the captive in his hand, and it became violent in an instant. Yun Nuashing's eyes suddenly widened. In the end, he conveniently plundered part of the nearby memory. Then he immediately cut off the chain of order that penetrated the captive from the northern region and threw him far away like he was throwing away garbage. Boom! The sudden explosion of energy made everyone shrink their necks and close their eyes for a while. When they turned their heads to look again, The energy storm was already standing in front of them. The mighty energy storm was mixed with heavy demonic energy, and a strange destructive force was being released from the center and spread out in all directions. The people who had just finished the battle and did not know what was going on thought that they were being attacked again. They all stood up abruptly and looked around, but their faces were blank. The energy storm lasted for a minute and then slowly dissipated. He waited for the storm to dissipate. When he saw that there was no residue left, he could not help but turn to look at Maple. "Why did you make them explode?" "Some kind of safety measure." Yun Nuashing yawned and said lazily, "The people behind them put on. When the safety measure was triggered, that thing even looked at me." "Oh, did you find anything?" "Nothing. Everything is well hidden. Nothing can be dug out. Even if we can find out something, it's a vague and specious situation. It's like it's hidden under a cloud of ink. Even if we can see something, it's only through a layer of ink that I can see it." Yun Nuashing sighed and shook his head gently. It was an expected result, but everyone still could not help but sigh. "However, there are some things that we can find out now." Yun Nuashing turned and walked towards the bow of the ship. Halfway there, he stopped and turned his head to look at everyone diagonally behind him. He smiled sweetly. "I found the location of their base. Let's go. There is still a thing waiting for us there." Chapter 2011. Truth be told, the power of the Northern Realms was a little beyond their expectations. They thought that the combat power of this world would be at the peak of the mid-tier premier. They did not expect that in the first battle with the Northern Realms would unleash a standard high-level premier attack. In the second battle, the Northern Realms almost brought out the primeval domain of that existence. Not to mention, if the primeval domain was activated a little faster, the Northern Realms would have to fight for a while in an unknown primeval domain. The danger of suddenly falling into a primeval domain was about the same as Maple's inferior chaos domain. Based on the Northern Realms' estimation of the realm of that existence, the primeval domain should be able to cause them a lot of trouble. Judging from the situation when the primeval domain was activated earlier, the Northern Realms' power was only amplified. However, this was probably just a side effect. The true power and the true unique nature of the primeval domain had yet to be unleashed. Anyway, based on Maple standards, if he could strangle the Northern Realms' attack in its cradle, he would never let it be unleashed. Compared to deliberately watching the Northern Realms release fireworks, he preferred to release fireworks himself. Whenever he stood still and watched the Northern Realms light up fireworks in the void, it was either because the Northern Realms' ability to resist being interrupted was too strong, or because he was interested in something interesting. Yes, other than these two situations, there was no other situation. Most of the time, he was used to letting the Northern Realms fire a dud. So, the Northern Realms' confidence, arrogance, and unyielding attitude were not caused by recklessness and blindness. They really had the ability to do so. Just with the two things they had revealed so far, they were able to control all the forces in this world. They could control the demonized beings and use the demonized energy to drive the primeval domain of order. It was as if they had dug out the grave of that existence. Who knew how much they had found in the grave of that existence? Would there be an accident halfway through? That should be it, right? However, they didn't understand why the underworld didn't flatten the eastern region when it had such power. Instead, they waited until the unexpected arrival of the underworld before attacking. Well, they didn't understand. It was just like how they didn't understand what the underworld was up to. The northern region was the only accident. Just like what they said at the beginning. When these accidents appeared, the matters of this world had already fallen into a ditch. However, they still maintained a bit of vigilance. This vigilance was really because they were worried that they would dig up the grave of that high-level life form and play some tricks on them. Things like accidents, right? The Cloud Continent was already an accident enough, right? At that time, they had almost been killed. Since they had learned a lesson from the past, they did not have the idea of following my heart in the world to act recklessly. Well, it was necessary to be vigilant. However, The headquarters in the northern region still needed to be invaded. Even if that place might become a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, if worst came to worst, he would just directly destroy that place. He saw that a certain someone was still in high spirits and hadn't had his fill yet. Although I'm indeed testing out my new power, I don't admit that you haven't had your fill yet. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes at Hui, who was nagging. She waved her arm that was still somewhat broken. Look, it's still cracked. This hand can't touch too much energy for at least half a day. Otherwise, it will crack again. How can I say that I haven't had my fill yet? That's just your hardware condition preventing you from playing with fireworks. You must be thinking of 10,000 new ways to play with fireworks in your heart, and you have already listed a lot of fun ideas. Hui put his hands on his waist, shook his chin, and said, I know that after mastering a new power and a new form of power, you can't wait to try out every new change that appears. Moreover, you have repeatedly tried it thousands of times over and over again until the power that appears just a little bit of change is played with until there are no more tricks. You must be thinking of 700 to 800 ways to play with fireworks right now. Yun Nuashing's face twitched. She tilted her head and smacked her lips. TSK, everyone was speechless. That's right. 700 to 800 ways to play with fireworks are too specific and crazy. He had just started to explore the path of nature not long ago, and every time he understood a little bit of the source power, he would become a little crazy in a way that was visible to the naked eye. If he were to fully understand his source form, he would have poked a hole in the void. No, he had already poked a big hole in the void, and it had just closed. That hole was still leading to the source environment. The world was quiet and lifeless. This part of the land had turned into a desolate state of being burned by flames. Apart from the lack of blackness and traces of being burned, it was a vast expanse of barren land. It was a miracle that the ground did not split into a rift valley in the energy flash just now, and was only a few dozen meters shorter. The energy in this place was still depleted and showed no signs of recovery. The energy cycle between heaven and earth seemed to have been disrupted because of the flash just now. It should have been a swarm of energy storms and energy tides that would automatically fill the energy gap in this area after calming down. But now the whole world was silent. Apart from the group of people who were leisurely streaking across the sky, there was no other movement. The energy also had no intention of fluttering, leaving the place empty as if abandoned. It may take 100 years for the realm to recover. Lida looked around and could not help but say. As he said that, he also looked at his old friend standing on his shoulder. The fiery little bird's feathers seemed to have lost their luster, and its head hung low, listlessly. Lida hurriedly used energy to envelop it, and the little bird regained some of its spirit. Sir Bird could not help but sigh. What kind of destructive power is this? Hearing that, everyone turned their eyes to someone standing on the bow. The latter's shoulders trembled, and then he pretended to be natural and stood in another place. This guy was guilty, and his forehead was sweating profusely. This large stretch of desolation took them 3 hours to reach the end of their journey. Hui finally estimated the actual situation and calmly wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. The final destruction caused by Maple's final blow was more than 1,000 times what he had just estimated. On the big map, starting from the northwest corner of the eastern region, a straight line was drawn further northwest, and everything within a certain range of the line had been annihilated. The fissure was not symmetrical, and its distal end should be relatively slender. It seemed that the greatest degree of destruction was contained within the range of thousands of light years ahead of the attack, and everything behind was destroyed along the way. There used to be a very prosperous capital of God here, Lida suddenly said, pointing down, and could not help but sigh. After leaving the area destroyed by Maple, the energy concentration between heaven and earth quickly returned to normal. Lu Xiaoqiu also slowed down the speed of the ship slightly. Hearing Sir Bird's words, everyone looked down curiously. The land was desolate, and the mountains were flattened. They did not see the wreckage and other things that they had expected. Since it was said to be in the past, they thought it was just that it was gone now, such as being destroyed or something else. But there was no wreckage at all. It seemed to be something else. That mountain should have been 3 times as high as it is now. The capital of God was built around this mountain, and the people who lived here were also blessed by the mountain range. Some people also called it the Sacred Mountain. Sir Bird looked at the mountain in front of them, which was tens of thousands of feet high and had a huge crater at the top. He showed a melancholy look and could not help but sigh. Although this place just happened to be located at the location of an energy convergence point and also gave birth to the spiritual and self-growing mountain range, we have not corrected this saying, and there is no need to correct it. It's gone now. So it was destroyed at the beginning of the war? Siyu asked curiously. Lida shook his head. When they split up and left, they destroyed the capital of God. We learned about the situation from the refugees who escaped from here. They burned all the land along the way to ashes. It was as if they had forcibly opened up a scorched plain that stretched for hundreds of millions of miles. It was used as a dividing line and also as a battlefield. Since the early days of the split, they had been preparing for this war. Hui twitched the corner of his mouth and turned to look at Lida. He could not help but ask, "So why did you notice it so late?" Sir Bird looked embarrassed and sighed. "The world is dangerous." "I totally agree." Yun Nuashing immediately gave the sentence a thumbs up. She waved her hand and sighed. "There will always be monkeys and clowns who will set fire to your backyard when you're not paying attention, when you are trying your best to resist the real disaster of the world. After they are done, they will glorify themselves as righteous." Sigh. Lida looked at him with a sigh and threw a look of sympathy. The two of them looked up at the sky and could not help but sigh. Everyone did not know whether to laugh or cry. Both of them were victims, but the former was more thorough, because they did not have the talent and experience to deal with their own people. They were not prepared at all when something happened and could only be suppressed. As for the latter, it was a void-level disaster. Needless to say, he did not hesitate to take action. After the battle ended, they quickly headed to the northern domain. They only brought Lu Xiaoqiu and Sir Bird with them. As for the others, they were cleaning up the battlefield. After the battle, it was not good to leave the wreckage all over the place. It would pollute the environment and had to be cleaned up. Moreover, this trip was just to take a look. There was no need for so many people. As for why they went to the northern domain, there was nothing to think about. One side stood on the side of the demonized beings, while the other side stood on the side of the normal people. Even if there were hundreds of twists and turns in the story, it was an indisputable fact that they were the ones who started the war. If you wanted to drag them to their side, it was very simple. They were the side of order. Those who did not have thousands of bloody and teary histories would be pushed into the void and beaten up first. There was no need to ask why. The only thing to ask was that they could not bear to see infighting while preserving the power of order. Every matter, big or small, must make way for the war between order and chaos. If they were kicked down, they would be kicked down. Therefore, the outcome of the matter was very clear. The people of the northern domain who started this mess had nothing to say, even if they stood on the side of a higher being who was suspected to be the creator of this world. However, this matter was not completely over yet. They would wait and see what the situation was for the time being. As for what the people of the northern domain did, they could not wash it off, nor did they want to. "Phone, we are running so slowly. Aren't we afraid that that thing will run away?" Hui turned his head to look at Feng. At this moment, they were moving forward at a moderate pace. It was as if they were not in a hurry to arrest that person who was still in the northern domain. Hui was a little confused. According to the plot, shouldn't they just kill their way to the northern domain and hang them up in front of the northern domain and hammer them for a day? Yun Nuashing glanced at him. "It's not over yet. Going there now and going there later is not the same." Hui took a deep breath and clapped his hands in realization. "You're still leading them on now." Now we're directly forcing them to do something. It's not leading them on now. Yun Nuashing pursed her lips and said helplessly, "Anyway, I'm just giving them a chance. If it is really as you said, that it really dug up the grave of a high level, near the peak of Yuansher or even the peak of Yuansher, then it should have something on its hands. Now it is strolling slowly, just waiting for it to present itself to us. If it goes looking for it, it may not be able to find it. By the way, I'm not afraid that it will run away. I'm keeping an eye on it now. This time, I'm keeping an eye on it from all directions. If it can slip away under my nose, I'll poke my own eyes out." We glanced at his shining eyes and nodded. Then he looked at Uncle Bird. "So, who is the leader of the Northern Domain?" "It's the previous manager of the Eastern Domain, near the Western Domain." Uncle Bird scratched his head, retracting his gaze from the flattened mountain. "It is also because of this that we only found out that they had been preparing for countless years when they tore apart the Western region. The Northern Domain was now quiet, lifeless, and lifeless. That was nonsense. They came out in full force and brought their nest to the front line. Now, even the people and the nest were completely melted by Maple's source flash. It would be surprising if there was anything left. At this time, there were some huge pits on the ground. Those pits should have had cities of the same size as the pits, but now they were just pits with remnants of demonic energy. Quite dense demonic energy was gushing out from the ground. It was so dense that it made them feel a little uneasy. The energy aura coming from these pits doesn't seem right. Hui quickly pulled Maple's arm and pointed to the pit below. Maple looked inside. As he was monitoring the Northern Domain with observer mode, it did not take much effort for him to see the situation at the bottom of the pit. It's the layer at the bottom. The bottom of the pit is directly connected to the layer filled with demonic energy. Speaking of which, do you know what's down there? Reed saw Feng Ling looking at him and knew that the latter part of the sentence was for him. When they talked about the underground and what he knew, he asked, "Underground? You mean the layer filled with demonic energy that is arranged in a regular pattern under the ground?" "Ah, you know about it." Hui was surprised. They had been to 3 major domains, and only here knew that someone knew about it. "Tell me what you know." "Well, the layer has existed for a long time. The information of the last 4 generations has recorded the existence of the layer. However, after 4 generations, no one clearly knows what it is. The people of the last 3 generations went deep into the ground to investigate. It is said that it is a layer of energy that exists eternally still. Even if you pass through it, it will not cause any movement of the demonic energy. It is as if it is completely still, arranged there neatly and stopped some kind of activity." "Some kind of activity?" Hui was stunned. "Yes, we have to go a little further back. It was probably recorded in the early days of the last 3 generations, and it was said that it was related to some kind of activity in this world. However, this theory doesn't hold water, because in the late days of the last 3 generations, the theory just now was put forward, saying that its activity had stopped long ago and had no effect on this world." Bird scratched his head as he spoke. "We have also investigated it and did not find any problems. There is no way to make any comments, but it is obviously in an active state now." Yun Nuashing looked at the pit that was constantly spewing out black clouds like the crater of a volcano. "Perhaps it is related to the demonic energy again. Just because we do not know about it does not mean that those who use the demonic energy do not know about it. Speaking of which, we saw something else before we came to this large area." We suddenly thought of a guy who was forced into a corner by Maple. So he told Li Da about the demonized clan. Demonized humans. Uncle Bird's brows furrowed tightly as he shook his head. "I've never seen such a situation in this region. There are no historical records of such a situation either. If there really were demonized humans, they would have been mentioned. Oh, it might have been caused by the sealing of this region. After all, The demonic people of the previous generations did not seem to show their faces in front of the world. They were all doing their own things in the chaos devil wilderness, so no one knew about it. Until this era, Shura and the others jumped on Mutsan Yuen and our heads. We crossed his arms and said with an inexplicable tone of schadenfreude, "By the way, how far have you explored the layer below? What is the highest record of that kind of thing? Is there a limit?" "Limit? I'm not sure about that." Li De shook his head and frowned. "Our exploration is far less than that of the previous 3 generations. In the records, the people of the previous 3 generations went the furthest. They went deep into the ground and explored more than 170 layers. But it seems that they are far from the limit. The reports of the first layer and the 170 layers are exactly the same. Activity is still, no energy fluctuation, not even a word more. In short, it was something that was more or less annoying and worrying. They had no idea what the purpose of their existence was, but they knew that they were completely solidified demonic energy. It should be that they need a specific method to touch them," Yun Nuashing said softly, walking to the other side of the ship and looking into the distance. "However, this part of the matter is not something we can spy on. After all, we can't control the demonic energy." Speaking of control, he also felt that something was strange. The demonic people could control the demonic energy because they were corrupted into demonic life forms, so it was easy to understand. However, the people in the northern region could still control the demonic energy without being corrupted by it. For the time being, he could only assume that they had some kind of creation that could avoid the corruption of the demonic energy. But would such a thing really exist deliberately? If it did exist, it was as if the existence knew that there would be some kind of change in its energy and would do something about it. So, it left some kind of measure in advance, and then it should have been left somewhere and finally let the people in the northern region dig it out. Just listening to it sounded strange, but he did not know how to put it. The second half of the journey was full of bumps and hollows. There was nothing except for the thick smoke rising from the ground as if it had been ravaged by a fire. The entire northern region was dead silent, as if there were no ordinary people at all. There are indeed no ordinary people in the northern region. Sir Bird answered their doubts. "Well, that's not entirely correct. The ordinary people in the northern region are close to the southern chaotic zone. Only they are allowed to get close to the northern region, which is the real core of the northern region. Like I said before, they have become extremely xenophobic. This is one of the results. According to the current situation, it may be a good result. At least, there are no innocent people involved. The true northern territory that had betrayed us and painstakingly managed for hundreds of thousands of years was now dead silent. This xenophobic kingdom's core had completely collapsed, while the unimportant ones were still living on the outskirts. Those unimportant ones probably didn't have much to do with the true Northern Territory's members. They were either forced to take sides or were forced to do so. Warriors from the Eastern Territory had already taken care of those unimportant ones. Once the remaining forces were all cleaned up, there shouldn't be any more problems. The only thing left to do was to directly confront the person on the throne. They did not know if that person was spying on them while they were strutting around the northern region. If he knew, how would he react? They were quite curious, but they would have to wait until they got there. "Feng Ling, we're here." Lu Xiaoqiu turned around and reminded Feng Ling softly. She also repeatedly checked the energy map before she nodded and repeated herself. "Yes, we're really here. But there's nothing here. Did we go the wrong way?" There was nothing around them. There was no smoke coming out of the crater, nor were there any mountains or rivers. It was just a barren land. We didn't go the wrong way. This is the place. Yun Nuashing already knew that there was nothing in this place, but he didn't care at all. He asked Blue Phoenix for the Nether Void sword, and with a wave of his hand, he slashed the space in front of him. A spatial crack tens of thousands of miles long appeared in the sky, and the torn curtain shattered like a broken mirror, slowly collapsing in all directions. Countless fragments fell, revealing the true scene hidden in this place. At this time, everyone also prepared for battle, on guard against all kinds of accidents. Here, this is what we're hiding. Yun Nuashing handed the Netharuan sword to Blue Phoenix and took a few steps forward. She stood on the ship's railing and looked down at the entire hidden city. On the ground, as the cracks in space crumbled inch by inch, an enormous city that spanned a great distance was exposed. There was no golden splendor, nor was there any prosperity. There was only a deathly stillness and a strange feeling of time settling down. There was a strange aura that penetrated through time, hovering in this space, like whispers, like the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves when a chilly wind blew past one's ears. It made the already lifeless place look even more gloomy. The only thing that couldn't be said to be gloomy was, well, for example, it looked a little bit brighter than before. He didn't know how to describe this place. Before the space curtain was shattered, the sky was blue, the clouds were white, and the sun was shining brightly. The afternoon and evening sun were still quite strong. However, the moment this space was exposed, the sun receded and the wind howled. Black clouds rose into the sky and covered this part of the sky. The color of the sky suddenly changed. Thick, dark clouds shrouded their heads, as if they had stepped into another domain. They asked Lu Xiaoqiu to keep the airship. The group landed and stepped into the city. The layout of the city did not look familiar. There were no familiar decorations, no light-chasing tower, no grand temple, and no city walls. The entire city was a dusky gray. Compared to a real city, it looked more like a faded city painting. The arrangement of the colors was a little abnormal. The dusky gray was similar to dark blue. Yes, it was the color of the eyes of the people in the northern region. There were a few majestic and prominent buildings in the center of the city. With these buildings as the center, buildings of various sizes spread out in a circle, all facing the center. This strange arrangement looked very strange. There is no sign of life at all. Feng Qinghuang whispered in Little Star's ear, "In the short term, no one will come here." "In the short term?" Yun Nuashing asked in a low voice. Feng Qinghuang pursed her red lips and carefully touched the wall of the nearest building. She pondered for a moment and said, "At least a few million years." Yun Nuashing was speechless. Damn it, did he find the wrong place? No, it shouldn't be. This should be the right place. His senses could not lie to him. No matter what, since they were already here, they had to move forward. They were also mentally prepared to encounter some obstacles in the last part of their journey. For example, some demonized creatures that were useless other than scaring them would suddenly jump out from dark and cramped places. However, they didn't encounter anything until they reached the center. The surroundings were eerily quiet. The building in the center was tens of thousands of feet tall. It looked like a combination of half of a pavilion and half of a temple. There were all kinds of unknown patterns and patterns on the outside, although they could not understand them. But they just could not. Ning Fei walked around and couldn't help but whisper, "I always feel that this thing is like a tomb." Hui, who had just kicked open the door, froze when he heard this. He first looked inside the door, then looked back at the big city that was deliberately arranged in a strange way. Finally, he asked Ning Fei, "Why do you say so?" "I have seen similar designs, but no matter the setting or other things, it is not as dark as this one." Ning Fei shrugged. In fact, it was not a big deal even if they suddenly mentioned the tomb. They had seen many big scenes. Digging up a tomb was not a big problem. But not long ago, they guessed that the people in the northern region might have dug up the tomb of a higher being. Now that they combined the two scenes, it was a little strange. It did not seem to be a problem of thinking too much. Yun Nuashing and Sui Qing confirmed with the others. After knowing that they had not seen this kind of building, they were a little distressed. Well, now is not the time to stop moving forward. Anyway, let's go in and take a look. Ah, I remember now. The gray-haired girl suddenly exclaimed in a low voice, attracting everyone's attention. Her pair of green eyes slightly widened, revealing a hint of realization and excitement. This is a ruin that my father and I have explored. It's a ruin. This color and energy aura, it is not wrong. Huh. Hui was even more stunned. The sudden change made him scratch his head hard. It was rare for his brain to work quickly. Lu Xiaoqiu, you don't know about the ruins of the first, second, third, and fourth generations, right? Well, I have not seen those. Lu Xiaoqiu nodded slightly. She raised her hand and pointed at the building that seemed to be a mixture of a pavilion and a temple in front of them. But this is definitely a ruin. The last time my father and I explored the ruins, there were recorded words inside. It was the words left by the predecessors, although many of the traces are difficult to recognize, and the words left behind are only some small things, but it is definitely not wrong. No, it is not that I doubt you, but Yun Nuashing crossed her arms and frowned, showing a reluctant and strange expression. You don't know about the ruins of the last 4 eras, but you know that this thing in front of you is a ruin. Doesn't that mean? Lu Xiaoqiu's pretty face stiffened. She could not help but swallow. Oh no, there is another accident, and this accident is revealed by me. Hiss, my stomach is starting to jump, uncomfortable. We continued Feng's words. Oh my, is this a ruin of the last 5 eras, or even before that? Time can no longer be predicted. Yun Nuashing shook her head. It is the same for the ruins of the last 4 eras. There is a long time gap in the middle, and it is impossible to tell when it existed. We can only judge that it has existed for a very long time from the very rich aura of time that exists here. Also, judging from the wear and tear of the previous 1, 2, 3, and 4 generations, there would be a kind of energy that would disappear from this kind of ruin every time a generation was broken. But in this case, it was unknown which generation the ruin was from. But it did not seem to have anything more than the 4th generation. The power of consciousness and will was much stronger. Yun Nuashing waved her hand to get everyone to come back to their senses. She took the lead and walked inside. Anyway, let's go in and take a look. Don't let the host wait too long. I feel that he is inside. Even if there is no breath of life, he is still here. Chapter 2012. He was actually very curious about how the people in this world determined which era the ruins belonged to. However, if he continued to investigate, there might be no end to it. So he decided to put it aside first. If he encountered a situation where he needed to determine the time, he would talk about it. If not, he would not talk about it. Behind the door of this building that was suspected to be a tomb and a ruin was a vast and overly empty space. There were traces of expansion in the space. They searched for a long time before they found the correct route in this maze-like ruin. Well, it meant that they walked through all the paths and found that there was no one there. It was not until they broke into the last room that they felt a surge of energy behind the door and confirmed that there was something inside. This was not a question of whether they were directionally challenged or not. They had never seen such a ruin before. Lu Xiaoqiu had only seen the same kind of ruin, and perhaps she had only seen the rough outline of it. For example, they had only found the corner of the ruin, or the building that had been broken into 1, 2, 3, or 4 pieces. Looking at how curious this girl was, she could not help but want to squat down to study it. She had never seen such a complete ruin of God knows how many generations ago. If it was not for the fact that she was in a hurry to find someone to settle accounts with, she might have immediately squatted down to study it. The last door of the mysterious ruin that had not been opened was a bit gloomy and cold, as if it was cast with some kind of extremely cold energy. Its defensive power was also quite scary. Hui held the shield and smashed it a few times, but there was no movement. It seemed that this last door was not easy to open. He also went up to test it a few times. After a little calculation, he only needed to blow the whole place up to 90,000 miles in the sky, and the door would open. Was the wall hard enough? If the wall was not hard enough, before he smashed the door open, the wall would collapse first. Wouldn't that be awkward? Should he try to break the wall first? Just as he was about to put it into action, Shuang Shuang suddenly pulled him by the arm and walked to the door on the right. She stretched out her finger and poked at a place a few times. Then she nodded and said, "Well, little star, just hit it here. It shouldn't take too much strength." "It should," Yun Nuoxing muttered, seeing the confident look on the little girl's face. "Why are you so confident? Tell me what level of strength you mean by 'don't use too much strength.'" "There are too many standards for his strength." Seeing little star's helpless and distressed look, Shuang Shuang was startled for a few seconds. Then she let out a small cry and stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. "About 1% of the power of the 10,000 mammoths attraction will do. The normal 10,000 mammoths attraction, yes." "Oh," Yin Nuoxing replied. This time he had a clearer target. He looked down and saw a beautiful snowflake pattern on the spot where Shuang Shuang had poked him. This beautiful little snowflake seemed to be a third similar to the pattern on his cloak. Yes, it was a third similar to the pattern on the celestial realm. Forget it. It was not the time to look at it in detail. He aimed at the right spot, slowly lifted his leg, and kicked the door on the right, sending it flying like a dart. Clang! The door that was sent flying crashed into the wall of the inner space. The reverberation in the spacious ruins was particularly ear-piercing. When Hui saw that he had kicked the door open, he quickly put on a ferocious demeanor and led the way, while the others filed in. Behind the door was an equally spacious hall. A few neatly arranged pillars supported the high dome. This should be the hall at the top of the ruins. There was also a strange pattern carved on the floor of the hall. It was crooked and did not seem to be orderly, like a drunkard's whim or an overly abstract drawing left behind by the consciousness of a painter. There was no discernible meaning, and that was the only thing in the hall. There were no leaping faces of demonized beings, demonized people, or light chasers. Apart from the pattern on the pillars and floor, there was only a gray throne embedded in the wall at the innermost part of the hall. Oh, and there was also a door embedded in the wall a few dozen meters to the right of the throne. The man sat cross-legged on the throne that was recessed into the wall. His left hand was clenched into a fist and pressed against his cheekbone. No one knew what expression to use to face him. He was dressed in the robes of a member of the great shrine. His gray face was filled with indifference and depth. He was a middle-aged man who looked about the same age as Lida. His body also contained a somewhat awe-inspiring aura. He was like a lion looking indifferently at the uninvited guests who had intruded into his territory. He looked indifferently at Hui, who was walking at the front with a large shield in his hand, then at the group behind him. Finally, his gaze fell on Lida. He slowly opened his mouth and said, "A scum with a group of unexpected factors has appeared in front of me." "What? You don't want to pour out your force. You can't be thinking of repent and be saved and start over now, can you?" Yun Nuoxing tilted his head and looked at Li Da, who had a complicated expression on his face. His compatriots and brothers had a lot to say to each other now that they had met again. But it was impossible to say anything if they just stared at each other blankly like this. He thought for a moment and reached out to pat Sir Bird on the back and gently pushed the latter out. Lida was forced to take a few steps forward. He frowned fiercely, and the wall in his heart was shaken. He let out a long sigh of relief and finally spoke slowly. "I'm here to ask you something. Why did you leave the great temple in the past?" "Why? Why are there so many whys?" "It's just that you and I have chosen different paths, scum." The middle-aged man sneered almost before he finished listening. His low voice echoed in the empty hall, making those who heard it feel a little uncomfortable. Yun Nuoxing narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression still indifferent. Scum. They repeatedly mentioned this name, calling the people of the eastern region scum, but also calling them accidents. What does that mean? Is he trying to distinguish Lida from them? What criteria does he use to distinguish them? Lida was silent. Even if he saw his former compatriots again, he did not know what to say. He said that they had changed, completely changed. He did not understand. He did not know what they had experienced that caused them to become another person. Even if he saw them again now, it seemed that there was nothing he could say. Hui also seemed to understand that he did not know what to say, so he simply spoke for him. Hey, be careful. You are now surrounded by us. I advise you to surrender obediently, and we can still give you a quick death. The middle-aged man looked at Hui, stood up, and slowly walked down from the throne. A group of dormant accidents, like the proof that a long time has not passed. I thought you would understand what is going on here, but I did not expect you to be so stubborn and willingly to be with the scum. Oh, hell, if you continue to speak riddles here, I will immediately twist your head off. Hui raised his sword and pointed at him. I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't tell us something, we will do it. The one beside me is very cruel. You have seen it with your own eyes. Yun Nuashing glared at him with a face full of black lines. Why did he have to specifically drag him out to talk about it? Oh, the middle-aged man smiled indifferently, spread his hands, and slowly walked forward 2 steps with a strange expression. The premise is if you can do it. The sound of energy surging could be heard clearly in the entire hall. While everyone was stunned for a moment, a translucent energy barrier made of heavy demonized energy suddenly enveloped the space around the throne. The surging demonized energy seemed to be telling them how sturdy the barrier was. Clang! Hui Yi swung the shield in his hand, and the shield instantly exploded into a ball of golden light, turning into energy particles that scattered in all directions. However, it didn't even splash a ripple on the barrier. He pulled the corner of his mouth and smacked his lips, then immediately shouted, Fong! Tear him apart. That will dry up this place for hundreds of millions of miles. Yun Nuashing responded indifferently. Everyone. Then you should calm down. Calm down my ass. To everyone's surprise, Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes, pressed her left shoulder, and shook her right arm a few times. But from the corner of her eyes, she saw that her right arm was still cracked, so she began to shake her left arm. While shaking, she walked forward. Isn't it just a high-level premier level barrier? I can sink it with source collapse. What are you waiting for? If you think that this thin barrier can protect you forever, then I'll have to say I'm disappointed. He walked forward and patted the barrier. It is indeed strong, but that's all. How strong do you think it can be? If you have nothing else to say, I will send you down. He was good at smashing shields. After all, he always lifted Hui up and smashed him, breaking his defense many times. Of course, Hui suddenly asked to be smashed sometimes, and he was happy to beat him up. The two of them cooperated very well. Anyway, it was just a layer of shield, and he could tear it apart in a few hits. Unless it was a shield at the peak of premier level, then he would have to spend a lot of effort. Indeed, the accident you brought is the first I have seen in all these years. It is like an anomaly that can pry the balance of the world. The middle-aged man smiled faintly, standing in front of the barrier and looking at Yun Nuashing. The two of them were only 1 meter apart. But I only need to hold you here. Time is almost up. I will not waste time here with you. After saying this, the middle-aged man turned around and walked back to the throne on the wall. He waved his hand at the wall and made a small gesture. The surface of the throne slowly emerged with energy, runes made of demonized energy. At the same time, it was quickly disintegrating. An energy gathered to form a portal with a diameter of 10 feet in front of him. He looked back at Yun Nuashing and the others, who were stunned, and suddenly laughed. You, accidents, anomalies, stay here with the dregs and wait for the end of this world. We will not accompany you, haha. After saying this, the middle-aged man walked into the portal made of demonized energy. As he disappeared into the portal also slowly dissipated, leaving everyone staring in a daze. This attitude of leaving after saying these words, they really wanted to press him to the ground and give him a few kicks. Just now, they might have to find someone to smash him to the ground. They had seen that portal once, in the center of the quiet wasteland. Shura was forced to jump into that portal by hook or by crook. Behind the portal was an unknown space. Speaking of this, Shura and the others sacrificed countless demonized lives to open the portal. But why did the portal in front of them feel like it was an understatement? Did he prepare for it for a long time? Didn't that mean that the time given to him just now was just enough for him to run away? Speaking of which, they gave each of them a chance, but in the end, they let them run to a place where they could not be tracked. Oh my God! Hiss, hiss, hiss! He gritted his teeth at the air. After a while, he felt powerless and shook his head with a bitter smile. Foam, now what? What happened to you? Yin Nuashing covered her eyes with her left hand and turned to look at him. It hurts, my eyes hurt. Everyone was speechless. She really poked her own eyes. Hui did not know whether to laugh or cry. He patted his shoulder, shook his head and sighed. Okay, don't be funny. What should we do now? We let another thing run away. What should we do? Yun Nuashing was silent for a while. She turned around and took out the rhythm of light to destroy the energy barrier that had no energy left to maintain it. She quickly walked to the place where the throne used to be. Now, there was only a groove and a small part of the demonized energy that had not dissipated. Other than that, well, there was nothing. The remaining energy could not be used to deduce where the main body had gone. There's nothing we can do. We can't find any traces. Yun Nuashing turned around and shook his head at the people who followed him. As he spoke, he became a little angry from embarrassment. He smashed the space in front of him into pieces with his sword and scolded. Damn it! What the hell is going on? Why do all of you like to run away so much? Are they all void loaches? Usually, don't you take out something to fight back in a desperate situation and rush up confidently to risk your life? We continued to smile bitterly. Maple's guidance was unprecedented in this strange world, and twice in a row. The first time they didn't know, and the second time they still didn't know. In the end, they didn't understand what was going on in this strange world. Originally, it was a little risky to guide them when they didn't have enough information, but they relied on their strength that was close to the absolute level, so they weren't afraid of that little risk. It was quite smooth in the past, but in this place, this was great, their strength was useless, and they all chose to run away. What else could they do? And they ran to a space that they couldn't get into, which was even more helpless. There was no way to deal with them. Let's look around in this ruin first. Maybe we can find some clues. Lu Xiaoqiu reminded them. When he opened the space crack just now, there were obvious traces of energy changes in this ruin. Maybe we can find something related here. Well, try to look around. Maybe we can find a way to go to that space. Yun Nuashing sighed helplessly. Well, let's do that. There are no other clues, now anyway. The huge ruins were empty. Even if there was something here, it might have been taken away by that person. He said, "We just now," which meant that he must have taken a lot of people with him. No wonder there was not a single person in the second half of the area. Do you know anything about that space? Hui asked Reed as he swept through the ruins. The old bird pondered for a moment and shook his head. There is no description of that in the historical records. It seems to be a space built by demonic energy, right? After getting Huey's confirmation, he also sighed. Maybe it is something related to the demonic energy, something that we can't touch and understand. Yes, he had said this before. Back then, before he had personally come into contact with Origin energy, he had often said this to Maple. Now, these words were no longer useful. Now that he had become an heir, although he had come into contact with it, there were still many things about Origin that were difficult to understand. Hui knocked on his forehead, trying to calm his aching head. It's hard. As far as we know, a lot of people have already gotten into that strange space. We can't see what's inside. I'm really worried that when they suddenly appear, they'll cause us a lot of trouble. I don't like to deal with things in a hurry. Although I'm not afraid, I just don't like it. By the way, do you know what he means by residue? The old bird shrugged. I don't know. Hui did not give up immediately. He asked, think about it again. For example, well, let me think. For example, the legend of the creation of this world, the legend of the creation of the world, the myth, the gossip. Combine it? Myth, legend of the creation. The old bird crossed his arms. There was a rumbling sound in his throat when he was seriously thinking. It sounded like constipation. Then he suddenly spread his hands. Nothing. Hui held his head. Well, how about this? You tell me the legend of the creation, and I'll try to figure it out. Although this is a well-known thing, and there are many versions of it, after all, I don't know what version you have heard before. I'll tell you the version that I often hear. The old bird coughed, cleared his throat, and said slowly, in the void, the dark place smeared with countless ink, contained billions of invisible things, but it was also absolute nothing and emptiness. There was nothing, and it could not be understood by ordinary people. The transformation of things from nothing to something came from the synergy of the rules and concepts of the void environment. It was like gently taking out something from a small box through a method that only it knew. The primordial thing that appeared in the void was just an invisible point like the void. Under the influence of a supreme will, it began to slowly expand, slowly building countless rules and concepts of the primordial, chaotic state. The latter began to try to move in this slowly growing space and gradually stabilize the primordial place bit by bit. The celestial canopy of the galaxy then formed from the stable rules and concepts, like paving a road to the nearby stable rules and concepts until it covered the world that had stopped growing, and in the endless empty world, an eternal hill was built. The old bird thought for a moment. There's no need to say the rest, right? It's more or less the same. Oh, that's true. Hui nodded. The rest was the normal situation of the world's construction. Life began to sprout. There was nothing to say about the other side, but what was worth mentioning was the so-called creation. Yes, this was not the normal creation, but the influence of a will, slow growth, and building of rules and concepts. As I said before, this world was a world that had been customized by that existence and had a special purpose. It just did not handle the rules and concepts well and gave birth to life. From the appearance of the celestial canopy of the galaxy, it was all its means of rescue. However, it did not try to wipe out the rules of life that had taken shape and could not be easily destroyed, nor did it cut it off. Instead, it pushed the rules of life and simply let life evolve. These were the details of the situation that they were talking about. It seemed that there was nothing special to pay attention to, and it was interesting that they could still touch the situation when the world was born in a world that was busy fighting. These are all records left behind from a long time ago. I don't know if it's from the last 4 generations, or the last 3 generations. Li De's answer was straightforward. But we have also investigated the actual situation. From the residual information obtained from the world's construction, I think this version is more appropriate. Hui replied casually. Just as he was about to end the topic, he suddenly heard Maple say something to him. What do you mean by the supreme will? It's an honorific, but if you want to look at it in terms of exploration, it has another name, the starting point of the will. This is what we call it. In the last few generations, some people called it the origin point of the will, the initial will. Hui slightly suppressed the restlessness in his heart. Do you have more details about it? About the supreme will? What do you know? Anything related to it will do. This is really... The old bird patted his partner on the shoulder and felt a little troubled. It's really hard to say. What do you want to know? In short, it's related to the supreme will. Related places, related documents, related information. Anything will do. It doesn't matter if you found it or if you found it in the records of people before you found it. Hurry up and tell me what it is. This. Uncle Bird was startled by his slightly fanatical look. He carefully and seriously thought about it. Hui stared at him with all his might. That fanatical look was as if the former would swallow him in one bite as soon as he opened his mouth. There seems to be something recorded by people from the last 3 generations or the last 4 generations. Lee scratched his head in distress. When he saw Huey's even brighter and more eager eyes, he shuddered and hurriedly said, "There is a sentence mentioned in one of the records. In a prison, wanting to break through, but being restrained by the initial will. There doesn't seem to be anything else. I can't think of anything else." Hui heard this, and the corner of his mouth twitched. The meaning of this sentence was very clear. Probably someone found out that this world was just a corner and wanted to try to leave, but was stopped by the supreme will, by that existence. This information should not be of any use. Well, there are a few reasons why he was stopped. Either he did it himself, or the rules forbade him from going out. But for now, it doesn't seem like it's useful information, Maple muttered into his mind. That faint voice gave him a fright. "Feng Ling, come over quickly. Over here. I think I found something." Lu Xiaoqiu shouted, and everyone scattered in the ruins gathered to find her position. Then they collectively went to the top. She seemed to still be in the hall just now. It was still the hall with only pillars and floor patterns. Lu Xiaoqiu stretched out her hand and waved at them from the pile of wreckage at the end of the hall. "Over here, over here." They crossed the pile of wreckage and came to her. Yun Nuoxing looked around, and then, "Did you find anything?" "Here." Lu Xiaoqiu suddenly pointed to the wall that was smashed by someone. She pointed to the center and nodded to Feng Ling. "Push the wall down. There should be something hidden behind it." "Behind it?" Yun Nuoxing frowned slightly, but did not ask much. He flew up and kicked the wall. With a tremor, the wall that had been cut by the sword shattered. The broken pieces fell all over the floor, revealing the hidden thing behind it. He swept the dust away. Everyone was stunned when they took a closer look. After the walls of the hall were pierced through, an even larger hall was revealed. It was dark and gloomy, and chilly winds were blowing. The energy that had settled down began to surge when the walls were pierced through, whistling towards the door like a gust of wind. The wind that was mixed with willpower, spirit, and soul power made everyone shiver. They all felt as if someone was whispering in their ears. It was very creepy. "Look, there really is something." Lu Xiaoqiu could not help but chuckle when she saw the hall. "How did you know there was a hidden space here?" Yun Nuoxing tilted her head, puzzled. "I just scanned this place back and forth for a long time, but I did not notice anything hidden." The icon underground. Lu Xiaoqiu turned back and pointed to the pattern on the floor of the hall. "The relic that my father and I found last time, although it was broken into pieces, we saw a lot of this icon when we restored it. The person who built the relic seemed to like to hide the language in this obvious pattern, which is to say, using the pattern to replace the language. Only those who can understand the pattern can understand the meaning. We studied the many words left in the relic over and over again for a long time, so we can understand some of it. As for why you can't find it, I'm not very sure. Maybe there's a shield?" We said. "Oh, so the meaning of the pattern is?" "Well," Lu Xiaoqiu tilted her head, "leaving the path to the legend behind. It should mean this. Behind, leading to, path. These 3 words must be accurate. The rest are, well, I don't understand half of it." Everyone felt a headache when they heard this. It was riddles again. Only those who knew the key words in this sentence could understand what it meant. Even if the others were lucky enough to understand it, they might not know what these words were referring to. However, they could barely guess a little. The only thing left was to go and see. Chapter 2013. In the hall hidden in the space behind, the air was very cold. Coupled with the words said when they walked into this place that seemed to be a ruin, it made them think of a tomb or something. Although this hall's appearance could be seen clearly at a glance, and the structure was very different from a tomb structure, the atmosphere was somewhat similar. If a coffin was placed here, it would definitely not feel out of place. In the innermost part of the hall, there was something that looked like a 4-leaf clover embedded in the wall. Half of it was buried in the wall. It looked like a relief sculpture, a statue built against the wall. It was about 30 meters high and faintly emitted a black light. This was the only thing that existed in this space. The energy reaction could only be felt when they stepped into this hall. Although it was said to be the only thing, it had already been defeated in the previous hall. After everyone came in, they obediently dug 3 feet into the ground and carefully searched for a while. After confirming that there was nothing else hidden, they all gathered in front of the 4-leaf clover-shaped object. Although the clue is right in front of us, this thing. We went up and pressed the edge of the 4-leaf clover statue that protruded from the wall. How do we get this thing? Everyone looked at Lu Xiaoqiu, the only one who might know. The latter was still wandering around, leaning against the wall and carefully looking at inch by inch. Seeing that she was so serious, they all suppressed their curiosity and waited patiently. At the same time, they also spread out and continued to search in the hall. After about 10 minutes, Lu Xiaoqiu suddenly said in frustration, "There is not a single word left in this place. Whether it is words or pictures that replace words, there is nothing left." Hearing this, everyone quickly gathered together. Seeing her frown, they felt a little embarrassed. On the surface, there was indeed nothing in this large space. Could it have been consumed by that person? Yun Nuoxing looked back at the broken entrance. The position where he sat at that time was very close to this hall. Let's not talk about whether he knew that there was a hidden space behind him. He used that throne. Perhaps the body of the throne is connected to the internal space here, so it was consumed in passing. He crossed his arms and looked like he had a headache. Are we back to square one? Shuang recalled what Lu Xiaoqiu said before they came in. Could it be that the existing information and words are in that picture? I don't know. Lu Xiaoqiu shook her head. If all the information has been written into the pattern, then it would have finished its sentence. Leave the path to the legend in the future. That's all it wants to express. Yun Nuoxing scratched her hair and pondered for a moment. In fact, the only things you can completely confirm are rear, leading, and path, right? How did you judge the rest of the sentences? The remaining part of the text has a similar meaning. It was pieced together based on the similar meaning and the context. Lu Xiaoqiu replied, well, that was more or less the case. He thought that it was based on other specific circumstances. Yun Nuoxing once again walked to the only noteworthy 4-leaf clover statue and looked up at the whole thing. The colorful luster in her eyes began to surge and turned into a light that shone in the space in front of her. After coming to this world, he had not seen anything similar to it, but now it did not matter if it was familiar or not. He intended to crack it by force if it really had any meaning. If it was a door, then it should have a keyhole. If it was a statue, then it either had some meaning or was hiding something. If it was just a decoration, then he would smash it and waste their time. Then he suddenly understood something. He put his hand on the statue in front of him and began to mobilize his will into the thing in front of him. Come. As soon as he threw in his willpower, he heard a crisp sound in his ears. He quickly raised his head and saw that the surface of the huge statue in front of him suddenly lit up with a neat horizontal white light. A rich black energy began to appear on the surface of the statue. It wasn't demonic energy. This energy, he was very familiar with this energy. This was the second time he felt it. But what was this energy? Damn it! Did he lose his mind after fighting for 5 eras? Why couldn't he remember? He had just finished the battle with the northern region. At the end of the first battle, when they gathered the attack that was comparable to a high-level premier, he also felt a sense of familiarity from it. But he really could not recognize it. Wow. Feng, what did you do? Huey's scream pulled him back from his memories. He turned around and saw that the statue was acting strangely. Hui saw that Feng Luo was just looking at them and asked, "What did you do?" Just. Yun Nuoxing turned around and looked at the statue that was covered by neat white lines. Then he looked at the black energy that was surging from its surface. He put down his hand that was touching the statue. I just poked it with my will. You know, when I can't find any clues, I'm going to do something stupid. So, the first thing I did was to use my will. Everyone was speechless. So, this was an accidental victory. Well, it was fine. Anyway, it finally reacted a little, right? The two colored energies, surging on the statue, suddenly became more active and surged. White and black energy, ripples, slowly spread out from the statue and passed through everyone's body, causing them to widen their eyes. A voice of consciousness softly echoed in their minds. The door is sealed. Indistinguishable noise. Current stability level is only indistinguishable. The consciousness had just opened its mouth to recite the words, but all that was left was a bunch of gibberish. The gibberish noise and the clatter of the garbage being emptied repeatedly rolled around in their minds. Suddenly, the volume of the noise became louder, causing the group of people to grimace and grimace with pain in their ears. The door to the between consciousness is opening. Good luck. Everyone was speechless. What the hell? Good luck? Do you dare to say out a bunch of obviously very important words that were missing in the middle? Who the hell came up with this kind of sightseeing introduction that just left the name of the destination and directly blurred out the 4, 5, 6, or 7 things that had happened along the way? Hui poked Feng's arm. Phone between consciousness isn't. Our divine realm has one as well. It's a place used to place world cores and quasi-world core creations. Generally speaking, world cores are usually hung in a special space within the concept layer of the laws. You can think of it as the initial state of the world between consciousnesses. What's more, having a world between consciousnesses is an essential. Having a world between consciousnesses would definitely be better, as it would allow the world core to set up its nest in peace. The stability of the world would also be higher, and it could also be used to defend against external enemies. Of course, not having one wouldn't affect its normal use. Yun Nuashing nodded gently in response to his question. However, the world itself will not give birth to consciousness. There are only 2 situations where consciousness exists. First, the world's consciousness is born, and it feels that it needs a nest, so it creates it. Second, the world is created and carefully adjusted. In other words, it is man-made. Although Hui had said a lot of irrelevant things, he had already gotten the answer he wanted. So, are we going to the nest of the world core of this world? Yun Nuashing crossed her arms and sighed. Since we can't find any answers we want in this world, we can only go to the top of the world to find the answers ourselves. Buzz, buzz, buzz! The sound of energy surging attracted everyone's attention. While their eyes were still moving, they saw the space around them begin to ripple like water. It was as if a stone had been dropped into a quiet lake. Ripples kept surging in circles, and they looked at the sky under the lake's surface. The ripples distorted the sky and turned it into layers of waves. Yun Nuashing looked around and said, "Oh, it's a spatial switch in place. This entire hall is an entrance." Where is this entrance taking us? Lu Xiaoqiu was a little worried. Her hand was already clutching her stomach, and her pretty face was dark. Is something going to happen again? Don't you know what the space of consciousness is? Yun Nuashing looked at her and saw her and Reed shaking their heads. She sighed worriedly. I think your stomach will hurt for a while. This place, how do I put it? Anyway, it's a very dangerous place. Let's put it this way. For example, if we're going underground now and we accidentally cause a big commotion underground, the ground will be, an earthquake of the magnitude of a landslide. Lu Xiaoqiu took a deep breath. She held her forehead and slowly fell to the side. But Blue Phoenix quickly caught her. Don't worry so much. The space of consciousness itself is a stable space. Only when something happens in this space and a big commotion will the situation I just mentioned happen. So, under normal circumstances, there's no need to worry. Yeah. Lu Xiaoqiu smiled bitterly and rubbed her stomach. You should have said this in advance. Ah, but before the door opened, the voice of the consciousness said something I didn't understand. It mentioned something about stability. Then, something might be wrong. Maybe the space of consciousness. Ah, you know what I mean. Maybe that's it. The gray-haired girl took a deep breath again. Her head tilted, and she fell into Blue Phoenix's arms again. Blue Phoenix didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She looked at Little Star, helplessly. You scared her. Yin Nuashing shrugged and stuck out her tongue. But that's the truth. This situation isn't something that we latecomers can... Oh, we're here. The space that rippled continuously for a few minutes slowly stabilized. The space stabilized again. In front of them was still the same dim hall, but the atmosphere was completely different. It was not like the place where they could only feel the cold and dead silence when they were standing in the tomb. At this moment, they could feel a tense and chaotic atmosphere in the air. This was also the reason why they could immediately recognize that they were in another space. Yun Nuashing frowned. All right, now the entire space was filled with that familiar aura, but he just couldn't recall what it was. It was just that feeling of the words were already at the tip of his tongue, but he forgot the words when he was about to open his mouth. Ah, so anxious. Are you still confused about the aura of this energy? The little angel floated down beside him. Seeing his anxious and confused face, she asked softly. Yun Nuashing nodded at her with a bitter face. She knocked on her head and asked, What the hell is it? What the hell is it? The little angel shrugged. They had seen too many things, and she could only feel a sense of familiarity from him. She did feel a sense of familiarity, but she could not tell where the familiarity came from. She could not delve into this topic for the time being. If she did, it would be related to that situation again. That feeling a sense of familiarity with things from the previous era, which was quite troublesome. Let's go. Let's see what's going on outside. The change in atmosphere made everyone put on a serious look. Hui split his shield into small pieces and floated around them. He swung his arm and took the lead, walking towards the intact but transparent door. The structure of this space was probably the same as the space on the upper floor, but the wall door here was intact. Looking out from the inside, the wall door was transparent, like the reflection of water waves. Through it, they could clearly see the appearance of the hall outside. It was empty, and there was no need to worry about a knife on their necks as soon as they stepped out of the door. Just as they were about to go out through the door, Hui suddenly stopped and turned to look at the innermost part of the hall. He saw Maple and the little angel, looking up at the four-leaf clover statue without moving. He couldn't help but ask, Maple, what are you looking at? Yun Nuashing answered vaguely. She withdrew her gaze and held the little angel to the door. She shook her head at the curious group and said, Nothing for the time being. Let's go out first. This gloomy ruin was probably the door to the space of consciousness. When they came to this space, the ruin they saw was exactly the same as what they saw outside. But when they left the ruin and stood outside, they immediately understood that they had come to a strange space. Yun Nuashing and the rest were no strangers to the conceptual space of the space of consciousness, so they were already mentally prepared. This was something new for Li Da and Lu Xiaoqiu, so it took them some time to get used to it. In my impression, the space of consciousness doesn't look like this. We couldn't help but mutter. He remembered that the space of consciousness in the realm of the gods was a long, dark passage outside the hall. It's a conceptual space. You can create it however you want. And this should be the area on the road, not the real place where the world core is stored. Yun Nuashing explained to him, It's the dark, maze-like path that we went through when we went to the space of consciousness. That path can also be used as a space to expand. The sky in the road space was dark blue and gray. It was unclear whether the things flowing in the dark sky were energy, clouds, or something else. It shrouded the entire sky, dimming the light and hiding the sun and moon, like an endless cover covering the sky. From time to time, There would be low, rolling thunder between heaven and earth, rumbling as if a basin of water would be poured down from the sky at any time. There was a wilderness in all directions. The color of the earth leaned towards the dark. The vegetation was rotten and withered, the ground was cracked, and the mountains in the distance had collapsed. Those were the traces of erosion left behind by the passage of time. Just the dim light, the dim color, and the fact that everything in the world seemed to have been swallowed and eroded by the passage of time and the lack of vitality gave off a somewhat oppressive feeling. There was no wind blowing, but they could hear the strange sound of the wind. It was as if something existed between heaven and earth, and it was whispering seductively and irritably. The atmosphere in this place is not very friendly. Hui sniffed and stretched his hand out of the barrier a few times. There are signs of energy erosion in the space. It's not fun. Foam, show us the way. Let me do it again. Yun Nuashing scratched his head and reluctantly took out the rhythm of light. Just as he was about to put it on the ground, Shuang Shuang suddenly came up and held his hand. He could not help but turn his head. Shuang Shuang's eyes widened as she stared at the front. She squeezed his hand slightly and waited for a moment. After confirming something, she couldn't help but laugh in surprise. Found it! Found it! It's here! Everyone was stunned, other than Yun Nuashing, who heaved a sigh of relief with an "Ah, it's really here" expression. The others were stunned for a while before they suddenly remembered. They came in to find something for this girl. But Shuang Shuang, Yun Nuashing pinched Shuang Shuang's face. How did you sense that strange thing through such a special space? And you didn't feel anything before you came in. Shuang Shuang was stunned. She thought for a while and shook her head hard. I don't know. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes and pinched the girl's face again. He looked in the direction that Shuang Shuang had just pointed. It was too far away to see anything. The size of this place was probably the same as the outside. Although he couldn't see anything at first glance, if the place Shuang Shuang was pointing to kept moving forward, looking at the patterns of laws and concepts, it should be getting closer to the center of consciousness. In other words, he couldn't help but ask through the soul transmission, could it be that the world core of this world is calling you? Hui was very excited when he heard that. He patted Lida and asked, do you have anything to say? Unfortunately, no. I'm as confused as you guys are. Sir Bird and his friends shook their heads. You guys seem to know about this space, but I'm really confused. Lu Xiaoqiu looked around and suddenly found something. She squatted down and brushed away the thick layer of dust on the ground of the ruins. Everyone spread out and looked at her. She revealed a pattern buried in dust. It was basically the same pattern under the hall in the ruins, but, well, they could not see any text at all. Looking at the crooked pattern, which looked like a distorted art painting of a certain era, they only felt that it was awesome. But Lu Xiaoqiu really recited a sentence from this strange pattern. And in the realm of dusk, wait for the will of the eternal night to come. Lu Xiaoqiu read out the sentence and then looked up at everyone. Her green eyes were full of confusion. What do you mean? Yun Nuashing and the rest were speechless. No, it's useless to look at us. We don't know anything. We've had enough of these weird riddles. There's someone at home who tells us riddles every day. We didn't expect that we couldn't get rid of her when we came to this place. In short, Hui smiled bitterly. He was exhausted. He looked in the direction that Shuang Shuang had just pointed. Let's go forward first. Well, maybe we can see something if we go forward. Everyone nodded tiredly. Lu Xiaoqiu said, Oh, and took out the airship quickly and began to race. This place had been cast into a vast world. Wherever they went, they could feel the strong aura of the rules and concepts. Hui was still holding the energy barrier because the outside was filled with the aura of energy erosion. Speaking of which, this place was in the concept layer of the rules. If this group of foreign objects were in the outer space, it would be fine. But when they came to this place, if they accidentally made a big noise and attracted its attention, They might be suppressed by the rules of this world. Just like in the sea urchin world, they were targeted by the world's consciousness and had been causing trouble for them. Their follow-up actions might have to be more low-key. If they made a big fuss and caused the world's own rules and concepts to reject them, it would be troublesome to get rid of the foreign objects. It was exciting to fight with a world that was originally special. If it did not give birth to a world's consciousness or something similar, they would have to tear down this place to make it quiet down. However, that was a permanent silence. I don't seem to see the Chaos Devil Wilderness, Lu Xiaoqiu suddenly mentioned. They had already traveled a long way and did not see those things. This space is not the space you think. The structure is not necessarily the same. There may not be a Chaos Devil Wilderness here, but there may be something similar in nature to the Chaos Devil Wilderness. Yun Nuashing explained. What do you mean by something similar? Yun Nuashing thought for a while. Well, for example, an extra-large and enhanced version. Of course, it is also possible that this space itself is a more demonized area than the Chaos Devil Wilderness and the Quiet Wasteland. Wow, the ship is falling. It's falling. A group of people hurriedly held the ship that almost fell from the sky. Lu Xiaoqiu heard the screams and quickly came back to her senses to control the airship. She wiped the cold sweat on her forehead. Her pretty face was still pale. We got up from the deck and knocked on Feng's shoulder. Don't talk nonsense to the captain during the flight. I'm just very normal. Okay, I won't say any more. Yun Nuashing stuck out her tongue and raised her hands to surrender. She scratched her head and walked toward Shuang Shuang, who was standing at the bow of the ship. This girl was in a trance after finding the place. Her eyes were wide open. She was a little confused and a little dazed. She would be absent-minded any time and anywhere. It was a bit like her dazed appearance before they went out. If it were not for the little angel looking after Shuang Shuang, she might have fallen down on the ship. Yun Nuashing reached out and pressed Shuang Shuang's head. She whispered, "Is there any change?" The ice sculpture girl came back to her senses after a few seconds. She continued to stare into the distance and nodded lightly. Well, it's still in a very, very far place. I heard it shouting. As she said, she turned her head and held his hand with both hands. Her glacial eyes looked at him with some anxiety. Little star, its voice is very anxious. It seems to be in a very dangerous situation. Yun Nuashing put on a serious expression. Don't panic. Hold on a little longer. We should be there in a little while. It's useless to be anxious now. Can you tell what it's saying? Shuang Shuang listened carefully for a while and shook her head in distress. I still don't understand. It's like the voice I used to communicate with you when I first talked to you. But I can't guess what it's saying. After she said this, she turned back and continued to stare into the distance. She suppressed the anxiety in her heart, which made him feel relieved. But if only this girl would not pinch his hand so hard. He felt like he was going to break. His body was going to break. He was sweating all the way. It was so painful. This girl didn't know how to be merciful. She was at the peak of the middle order of the Yuansha realm, and she was pinching him, who was at the peak of the origin. It was so painful. They didn't encounter anything along the way. The dark blue and gray sky was dead silent. There was no large-scale, demonized life as they had expected, and there was no obstruction from the power of the concept of rules. It was as if the whole space was a wilderness, barren and barren. There was no trace of anything that had ever existed. Even so, this place should have a corresponding use. Otherwise, the road to the real consciousness would not be so wide and so far. But now, he did not have the leisure to explore the reason. Everyone waited quietly. After sweating for a few hours, they finally reached the edge. To be precise, they stopped in the distance and were looking at the end. It's here. After seeing the destination, Shuang Shuang jumped excitedly. Yun Nuashing was even more excited. The girl finally let go. The thing in front of them was a bit like the thick clouds above the quiet wasteland. But the clouds in front of them were arranged in a more regular way. It was a standard cloud wall, a solid crystallized cloud wall, composed of thick, compressed energy to the extreme. In other words, it was a real wall. It was a wall that would break your head if you ran into it, although it floated in the air and acted like a cloud that could only pour water down. Inside the thick cloud wall, there was a massive and chaotic surge of energy. The energy lightning would flash every few tenths of a second. The flashes of the explosion could not completely penetrate the huge wall. Only the flashes of light leaked out frequently from the corners. An indescribable energy movement was spreading in all directions with that place as the center, making everyone feel numb. Shuang Shuang was not in a hurry to go over. "Phone!" Hui came forward worriedly and sighed at the three of them. He looked faintly at the thick, crystallized wall in front of him. "If we run into it, we will die. This thing is not a joke. I know even if you don't say it. I'm starting to have a headache." Yun Nuashing was rubbing her forehead. Now, they had found the destination, but there was one last problem in front of them. Who could tell them how to break the solid energy storm at the peak of the Yuanshi level? Chapter 2014. Although the journey was a little tortuous, like a group of people who had not prepared a proper strategy and had gone on a trip, they had experienced getting lost at the gate, getting lost halfway, and even getting lost at the finish line. But in the end, they had arrived at the destination safely. There were no surprises and no dangers, which was worth celebrating, but they were still confused. However, there was a final problem in front of the finish line. There was a roadblock in front of the finish line, and it seemed that the roadblock did not intend to move. This gave them a headache. They had already gone through untold hardships to get here, so they could not just take one look at the broken wall and feel that it was not going to work and then get lost. No matter what, they had to be reckless for a while and give it a try until they gave up. The solid energy storm. If there was no picture in front of them, then let's put it another way. The solid cloud wall, with a radius of millions of miles in front of them, was actually made of billions of basin-sized bricks, and they were happily circling inside at a speed tens of thousands of times faster than the speed of sound. With such a thing blocking the way, anyone who dared to rush in would be smashed into a pile of meat in half a second. However, considering that they were energy life forms, they would probably set off a small firework on the spot, and then be annihilated by the solid cloud wall. It was such a tragic thing, not to mention the energy of the peak of the premier level. Even if it was only the energy of the high level of the premier level, he would be smashed into a pulp if he rushed in. The vital parts of his upper, middle, and lower body would be destroyed at the same time. In the end, he would either be kicked out or be kicked into the road of reincarnation. In short, it was such a terrible thing. The degree of madness of this thing was estimated to be 1/1,000,000th of the greatest storm in the Yuan realm. By the way, he made up this number. It seems that the guy doesn't want anyone to get close to the heart of the world. We looked at the huge and overly ferocious thing from afar. After staring at it for a while, he swallowed his saliva and said with a smile, "How much effort did it take to make such an inhumane thing here? Phone, what should we do now?" Everyone turned to look at someone who was pulling his hair and thinking. He noticed that their attention was on him, so he raised his head slightly and said calmly, "It's not that there is no way. This cloud wall made of energy crystals should be the last defense of the heart of the world. It is a defense that has existed for a long time. There is indeed a way to destroy it, but I can't figure out what its defense mechanism is. If its energy and existence are connected to this world, then to destroy it, we can only destroy it completely in one go. But if it is an independent defense and the energy exists alone, then we can always break it by beating here for 180 days. Actually, it was just a matter of whether the shield had an additional energy source. It was like finding 180 people to beat Hui up. Their realms were much lower than Hui's, and their attack power and destructive power were not enough. Even if Hui stood there and let them beat him up for 100 years, they would not be able to break his defense, even if they continued to beat him up until the void was annihilated. On the other hand, if Hui just threw out a shield and let them beat him up, these 180 people could still wear down the shield after a certain period of time. After all, the shield did not have a follow-up energy source. Anyway, I called little Qingzi over first. As for what to do next, let's wait for them to come over. When Yun Nuoxing said this, he seemed to have caught a glimpse of something from the corner of his eye. It also seemed like he heard some roaring sounds, which made him turn his head abruptly to look to his right. The desolate world was empty, and the whole world was dead silent. It was as if nothing existed. He narrowed his eyes slightly. In this void, the only ones who could do something to his perception were the two groups of people above him. There was no movement from them here, so he was sure that it was not an illusion. Even though this feeling only lasted for a moment, he still caught it. He quickly left a spatial beacon on the spot and turned his head to point in that direction. Let's go. There's something over there. What do you mean by something? Everyone was stunned and looked in the direction he was pointing at. They saw nothing, but Lu Xiaoqiu did not suspect him. She quickly steered the ship in that direction. Within a few minutes, they saw a dense black shadow under the sky in front of them. It was as if the sun had covered everything on the ground, and everything was black except for the ground. The swaying black shadow rushed to the ground on their left like a wave. They were completely soaked in ink. They could not see what the real body of this group of things was. They could only judge that they were all strange things from the shape of their bodies. Some had wings, some had extra appendages, some were soft, some had 7 or 8 limbs, and some had 7 or 8 heads. They looked like they had been soaked in something and had been contaminated. It was a huge group of dark creatures, and the chaotic aura that was entangled together surged like a storm. The gray-haired girl covered her mouth when she saw those things that looked like shadows. Her face was green. "Hey!" Yun Nuoxing's face twitched. She turned to see you, Blue Phoenix, and the little angel, and said, "In my impression, only the tides of chaos created by the former divine shadow race are so weird and disgusting. Those are the chaos spawns, but they are not as exaggerated as this." The 3 girls nodded vigorously. They were all dark creatures, but when it came to disgusting, even the abyssal death mist spawns would have to admit defeat in front of them. What, soldiers of chaos? They were really awe-inspiring. They were in groups, neat and orderly, just like a real army that obeyed orders. There were those who wore black cloaks and spoke bird language, those who wore light armor, and those who wore heavy armor. When they swarmed over, every step they took brought with them an aura that could topple mountains and overturn seas, that could crush order. That was completely incomparable. When these weird things gathered together, they were like a wave that was completely ink-stained. It was really a wave. Looking to the right, one could see the black waves rising and falling. Waves of a few meters, dozens of meters, hundreds of meters, and tens of thousands of meters high pushed forward as if they were rushing to reincarnate. Every spray and every drop of water were dyed pure black. They were running on the ground, spinning, jumping, charging like bulls, pushing and trampling. The craziness of these things could be ranked as the craziest things they had ever seen. Forget it, except for the soldiers of chaos, the rest were all side by side. He could no longer tell them apart. These things were different from the tides of chaos, the tides of darkness, and the soldiers of chaos. They could be easily distinguished from their appearance and aura, but the destructive power between them, well, it was hard to tell which was more deadly, this endless wave of them or the tides of darkness twisted by the abyssal death mist. As for why they were charging with such a mighty momentum, everyone turned their eyes to the left, where the sea of ink, which was just named, was charging. The sky over there was covered with dark clouds. There was an equally mighty army that withstood the beating of the turbulent wave of shadows like a city wall. Sharp and manic roars shook the whole world. They raised the mysterious objects in their hands that looked like weapons and waved them at the army of shadows. One slap was earth-shattering, and the earth and the army of shadows were sent flying in the sky. Dregs. That familiar smoky scene, that familiar charcoal-like thing with dregs falling from it. This, right now, they were a little confused. The scene of these two energies colliding and fighting each other was so lively and intense, so wild and primitive that it made their blood boil. No, it made them sweat profusely and dumbfounded. Their eyes continued to extend to the left, and across a great distance, they finally saw the end of the wreckage army. There, they saw huge buildings that were rooted on the ground and hovering in the sky. Dark energy that was so dark that it was dropping wreckage surrounded them, making them appear as if they were shrouded in darkness. Countless massive demonized beings were pouring out of those buildings, joining the mighty torrent ahead as they charged forward. On top of a huge building surrounded by massive demonized energy, they saw some normal-sized human figures, such as a black-skinned youth with long hair dyed in demonized luster, a group of black-skinned, white-eyed people beside him, a middle-aged man with a face as pale as a wall, and a large group of people beside him. Were they gathering there for a party? He smacked his own head with his shield. Maple, I don't know what's going on. Honest Harbor, that black shadow-like thing, and the demonized life form. These two energies did not give him a particularly friendly feeling. Although they were both energies of order, they were still things that could be thrown under the muzzle of a cannon and fired without a second thought. This was especially true for that shadow-like thing. This thing was even more frightening than the element of extinction that Maple had used in the past when he had lost control. That crazy energy, that astonishing momentum that wanted to tear everything apart. If someone said that it was the energy of chaos, he would believe it. In this case, the demonized life form seemed a little friendlier. He could not figure out the relationship between the two and rubbed his face hard. It can't be that kind of thing, can it? That kind of thing. Actually, everything they did was for blah, blah, blah. Yun Nuashing glanced at him. How would I know? What if it's really that kind of situation? What should we do? What can we do? Of course, we do what we have to do. Yun Nuashing crossed her arms nonchalantly and turned to look at Reed, who had calmed down a lot. What he wants to do and what they have done has nothing to do with us. You should really ask him what we should do. How to deal with our traitorous brethren and how to deal with them is a decision that the Eastern Domain, which has suffered for hundreds of thousands of years, should make. We just have to do what we have to do. Of course, if we judge from an outsider's point of view that what they did was inappropriate, it's not impossible to help hold them down, right? As for how to deal with them, we've already talked about it. Also, it's not good to talk about these things until the end. Let's talk about it when it's almost over. Don't be so quick to judge. Oh, okay, let's talk about it at the end. Hui scratched his head and shook his head. He glanced at the place where the group of people were. However, I didn't expect that the place they retreated to was the space between consciousness. Is there something they care about hidden in this place? Based on what the black-skinned demonized said, Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. I have a guess. The energy flowing in this space, if I'm not mistaken, should be the original power of that existence. Originally refers to... Hui muttered, and his expression changed slightly. The energy in this space is actually the result of this energy undergoing some kind of change. Although the demonized energy can exist in this space, well, that's more or less what it means. There should be some connection between the demonized energy and this energy, Yun Nuashing said as she scratched her cheek and looked away. Although I've already analyzed it, I can't find any similarities between them at all. Isn't that nonsense? Hui said. TSK, there are so many different types of energy. The origin energy can be changed into something that doesn't have any origin aura at all. Even a group of inheritors can't recognize it. It's not impossible for this strange energy to change into a completely different type of energy, right? Hui was speechless. That was true, but it wasn't too far-fetched. There was indeed such a precedent, and it was a precedent set by the origin energy. Then any kind of change that happened to other energies seemed to make sense. So now, Yun Nuashing stretched his body and moved his hands. Then he led a group of void-killing machines who were planning to watch the show and sneaked over stealthily. "Let's go over and say hello." It had been some time since he left the tranquil wasteland that day. It was not long, but his senses felt like it had been a long time. This space was very magical as he imagined. The demonized energy that permeated his body had been further enhanced here. Under the influence of the energy that was suspected to be a higher level of demonized energy, there were changes in his body. There were a lot of dark patterns on his body, and the places where his skin bulged seemed to have veins popping out. Both sides of his face were also cut into squares by the energy patterns. "These guards are really annoying," Azura said with a frown. There was a hint of impatience in his voice. His voice was hoarse, as if he was leaking air, and there was a heavy tone. "If the demonized beings had not further enhanced their strength here, I'm afraid we would not have been able to take them down. The guards at the gate are close to the final defense. Naturally, they are very powerful. It's impossible to clean them up without some time," the pale-faced, middle-aged man said calmly. "But there's no need to worry. They are just low-level puppets that only know how to charge around. It would only take some time to clean them up." As he spoke, Shura could not help but look at him. The other person appeared in this space later than him, but acted as if he knew the place well. It was as if he already knew what the space was for, while Shura only knew that this space could enhance the demonized energy. Moreover, he was rather curious. The middle-aged man was clearly invaded by the demonized energy as well. But why was the change different from them? In the end, the demonized energy. No, he should not have doubted it. He should not have doubted it when he set foot on this path. They only needed to follow the teachings in the will and keep moving forward. They only needed to accept everything. He turned his head and looked at the place where the two waves were clashing head-on. His burning eyes burned with a fanatical light. "Great gate. Very soon. Very soon, everything will end. Very soon, this world will come to an end. For that supreme will. Your faith has blinded your eyes, ha ha ha." While they were waiting for the battle to end, a calm voice suddenly sounded in their minds. It was calm, ethereal, and untraceable, as if it had descended from the void. There was a slight vibration of energy resonance, causing them to widen their eyes. The Azura and the middle-aged man turned their heads around in horror. Everyone present suddenly turned their gazes. Everyone's breathing became sluggish, and their expressions stiffened. They saw someone who absolutely shouldn't have appeared here. Someone who absolutely shouldn't have appeared here. Yun Nuashing crossed her arms and leaned against the air. Her beautiful face had a smile that he would never forget, even if he died. It was bewitching. Her gorgeous eyes were not as beautiful as her face. There was only a bit of disappointment and speechlessness. Her gaze was as if she was looking at a group of idiots who had lost their minds and abandoned themselves. Look at what I said. Sometimes there are things that can't be washed away from the beginning to the end. There are no such things as you think. Yun Nuashing ignored everyone's horrified expressions and turned her head slightly to look behind her. Everyone from the eavesdropping team slowly appeared with a flying ship. We stood on the side of the ship and shrugged to her. "Isn't this a bit of a wild imagination? You know that I can't help but think about it occasionally. That's because you still have some unrealistic expectations. After all, if you turn back time for a period of time, you're just a silly and sweet person." I can't deny it. Seeing them talking to each other arrogantly, Shura's face darkened. His originally dark face looked almost like he had been fished out of a coal mine. Only his pair of black and golden eyes could barely be the distinguishing color on his face. Why are you here? Why can't we be here?" Yun Nuashing spread her hands and slowly stood up straight. She looked around at the guys who were bursting with energy and were extremely vigilant. Her gaze paused for a moment on the man with seaweed hair. She raised her hand and greeted. "Yo, I was busy forcing you to jump into the pit last time and didn't have time to say hello. Does your chest still hurt?" Immediately, the seaweed hair man's face became even darker. He even looked down at his chest subconsciously and felt that his heart was hurting. "So, is this the final resistance that you've put in so much effort to make?" Yun Nuashing slowly stood up and walked toward Shura and the pale-faced middle-aged man. Seeing that they were vigilantly keeping a distance from her, she couldn't help but laugh. "What's wrong? Don't you have any confidence in your final preparations? Shouldn't there be some intense greetings at this time? Where's the storm? Where's the big show, the big explosion, the big scene? You've made the atmosphere so stiff. Do you want me to help break this stalemate?" The white-faced, middle-aged man suddenly laughed out loud. His hoarse and cold laughter sounded like a completely different person compared to when he was in the real world. "In the outside world, I admit that I would not be able to face the accident that you brought. But now, you are standing in the domain of the Supreme Will. This is our world. All intruders will be killed without mercy." The moment he finished speaking, everyone around him roared angrily. The boiling demonic energy made their bodies look even more ferocious. They shot out like arrows and focused their attacks on Yun Nuashing. The demonic energy that they released circled and condensed into a ball in the air. It condensed into a dark cloud that floated in the air. The fortress-like great demons standing in the surroundings instantly noticed this. The resonating demonic energy caused the dark cloud that had just condensed to surge rapidly, turning into humanoid demonic life forms that fell to the ground. They formed the second echelon and charged towards Yun Nuashing one after another. Before the first echelon could reach him, there were already thousands of demonic life forms in this space. A bunch of fellows who only know how to eat but not how to fight. Yun Nuashing slowly lifted his foot and stomped down heavily. A white light suddenly burst out with him as the center. Feel the radiance of the power of origin. Boom! Boom! A multicolored white energy halo suddenly exploded. It was unknown how many levels of wind and violent energy shockwaves suddenly exploded. The two groups of people who were shouting and pouncing on him were blown away by the oncoming attack before they could even reach his face. The demonized life forms that had just condensed were annihilated in an instant. The other demonized people, and they should be called white masked people. After a round of impact, these two groups of people fell to the ground and fainted. The scene that had just become restless suddenly quieted down again. "Phone! Don't go easy on any of them. There's a fish that escaped the net." The loud shouts from above made the veins on Yun Nuashing's forehead bulge. This bunch of lazy fellows. He was so happy that he didn't even plan to attack a single one of them. He was aware of the two fish that had escaped the net. The two of them hadn't moved in the beginning, and it was only now that they were slowly walking towards him. However, he didn't intend to pay attention to the person behind him because Blue Phoenix was already behind him with the Nether Void sword. Sigh! It was his own sister who cared about him the most. The middle-aged man in the white robe of the great temple appeared in front of him. A few seconds after he disappeared, he was holding a blunt weapon that was as wide as a palm and condensed from demonic energy. It was a stick. The surface of the stick had a very familiar energy flowing around it. It also had a slightly strange and distorted texture, and the aura emanating from it could distort the space around it. "Hey, where did you get that thing in your hand?" Yun Nuashing shouted at the man in front of him. The white-masked middle-aged man didn't expect Yun Nuashing to suddenly change his focus. When he heard Yun Nuashing's question, he suddenly thought of something and put on a holy and proud expression. He raised the stick high in his right hand as if it was some sacred object. "What are you afraid? This is the power that the Supreme will give me, the power to cut off all the remnants of this world. You should be on your way." Yun Nuashing and Azura suddenly rushed towards them. Yun Nuashing bumped Blue Phoenix with his back, and the two of them also rushed out like shadows. Yun Nuoxing's palm drew an arc in front of him, and the light distorted into an arc. The moment the rhythm of light rushed out of his palm, it heavily collided with the black stick. Although Yun Nuoxing didn't know what the stick was, they repeatedly mentioned the Supreme Will. Then it might have something to do with that existence. The power of a peak Yuansha realm cultivator, or something like that, had a lot of destructive power. Yun Nuoxing couldn't leave it to Blue Phoenix to deal with. There is indeed a weak power of that level. It's not fun. I'm not playing with you anymore. As soon as they clashed, Yun Nuoxing's aura immediately surged out of his body. At the same time, the aura became strange, and the white-masked man was sent flying with his sword. Yun Nuoxing then took advantage of the moment when the white-masked man regained his balance and kicked him in the face. After that, Yun Nuoxing chased after him like a shadow. The white-masked man, who had never dealt with this kind of enemy before, was flustered. Even though he had the power of a peak Yuansha realm cultivator, he was still suppressed from beginning to end. He could only use the sacred object in his hand to barely parry the attacks. While parrying, footprints were left on his face and waist. He staggered and swayed left and right, looking very miserable. Bastard! The pale-faced man did not last long before he was enraged by Yun Nuoxing's fighting style. Suddenly, he wiped his hand on his staff. The cloud-like staff was surrounded by a scarlet light. In an instant, a surge of power mixed with the power of will erupted. Yun Nuoxing was slightly shocked. He forced himself to stop where he was and unleashed all his power to resist the power of the Supreme Will. He saw that Yun Nuoxing had stopped moving and was desperately resisting the power of the Supreme Will. Suddenly he shouted, "Pathetic and ignorant fool! Your ignorant resistance is all in vain. The existence of trash like you is completely meaningless. Only death, destruction, destruction. This is the inescapable end of this world. This is the eternal end of this world. The dream that you are immersed in will eventually be destroyed." Well said. I agree with the second half of your words. Yun Nuoxing nodded. After a moment, he narrowed his eyes slightly. 2 pairs of azure wings surged out from his back. In an instant, he was freed from the restraints and turned into a stream of light again, rushing towards the mysterious man. He stared at the shocked face of the white-masked man and slashed his sword down like a shadow. "How can you?" As soon as the pale-faced man finished chanting, he saw the light rushing toward him. At the moment of life and death, he completely relied on his instinctive reaction to swing the scarlet-red staff and smash it against the long sword that was like a stream of light. The surrounding space collapsed and made a tearing sound that made people's ears itch. This made him even more astonished as he widened his eyes. "There are still people who can restrain me. But you? Forget it. You can call out to your Supreme Will and ask it to come and save you. It might be able to restrain me, but I don't intend to give you that chance. Go down." Yun Nuoxing laughed sarcastically. Circles of magic suddenly exploded on the hand that was holding the rhythm of light. The force of the explosion turned into an impact that made the white-masked man's body stiffen. At the same time, dozens of chains of order darted out from the space behind him and immediately tied him up like a dumpling. The panicked man was shocked. Before he could swing his staff to break the fragile restraints, a white ball of light expanded wildly in his eyes. In just half a second, his entire body was swallowed up. All things lead to the beginning. The origin falls into nothingness. The white ball of light that shot up tens of thousands of meters in an instant suddenly exploded and turned into a white sun hanging high in the sky. In an instant, the energy ball that had already gone out of control released its uncontrollable violent energy indiscriminately across the entire space. In an instant, it began to expand by several times. Its destructive power began to stack up and become even more violent. Yun Nuoxing swung his hand and put away the rhythm of light. Just as he was about to restrain the wildly expanding energy ball in front of him so that it would not sink into the space in front of him, he suddenly heard an extremely strange and brutal roar that was not a human's throat. The roar startled him a little. Just as he thought that the guy who was caught in the rhythm of light was still alive and was about to finish him off, a black arrow suddenly tore the rhythm of light apart and flew towards his head. It was almost in front of him in an instant. It was so fast that he could not react in time to dodge. Clang! Yun Nuashing, who had already subconsciously prepared for defense, was stunned by the trembling noise in front of him. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught the picture of the black arrow flying out and landing more than 10 meters away from him. When he fixed his eyes on it, he found that it was the stick that the white-faced man had just held in his hand. It seemed that he was caught in the guide of all things and knew that he could not escape death. So he threw it out as a throwing weapon. And the guy who suddenly blocked the knife for him was now giving him a thumbs up with a sunny smile on his face. Fong, Fong, you are careless again. You know that there is a little breath of the peak of Premier, but you are still so relaxed. Yun Nuashing stuck out his tongue. I thought the rhythm of light should be enough. This thing is a little strange. It can actually tear the explosion of the rhythm of light apart. Can you do it? It is caught in the rhythm of light. If you want to tear it apart, I am afraid that a standard high-level premier has to do it personally. Hui scratched his head and laughed dryly. All right, normally, people would think that it is over. Yun Nuashing shrugged his shoulders. See, if it had come out in its original form, I wouldn't have kept my saber just now. Instead, I would have quickly added a few hundred combo attacks. But this is just a stick with a little bit of its energy. Hui did not know whether to laugh or cry as he shook his head. He turned to look at Shura, who was still fighting with Feng Qinghuang. Aren't you going to help? Yun Nuashing looked at Siyu and Shuang, who were cheering for Feng Qinghuang. His face twitched. Feng Qinghuang did not use her strength. Don't worry about them. He walked to the stick and picked it up from the ground. The scarlet light on the stick had disappeared along with the pale-faced man. At this moment, the stick was silent. Chapter 2015. In the endless wilderness, the two armies that were crammed together were still charging at each other with all their might. Even if the higher-ups in the demonized homeworld had been wiped out, they showed no signs of stopping, as if it was a death order they received from their highest commander. Even if the suspected highest commander had been killed, they had no intention of stopping that order. The duration of the pull of all things was reduced to 1/10 after being torn apart by the stick. It was so weakened that there was no need to hold it down anymore. After a while, the stick dug out a piece of space around it. Then, it stopped the energy explosion and slowly dissipated. Even the sound of the explosion before it burped was gone. It was not powerful enough. Yun Nuashing held the stick that looked like it was made of clouds and mist and studied it for a while. This thing did not seem to be a physical object. It was not forged by smithing or energy crystallization. It seemed to be, the rhythm of light was made of light that was so condensed that it made people's hair stand on end. This stick was about the same. It was extremely condensed and condensed energy, but it did not crystallize. Hui stood next to it and looked at it curiously. But after a while, he gave up the idea of looking into it. The stick was not moving at all. He guessed that the stick was not the right model to make it react. Anyway, he had been using the rhythm of light to grind it like a whetstone. It was just that the stick did not move at all when it was pressed down. The energy on its surface did not react at all. It did not give him any face. Little star, the gift is here. Hearing Blue Phoenix's voice, Yun Nuashing threw the stick to one side and let it float beside her. She turned around and looked. Oh, the black-skinned demonized was now tied up like a brother. Siyu was stepping on the black-skinned demonized's back. He pulled the rope tightly with both hands and had a mysterious smile on his face. He seemed to know who tied up the captive they captured before they came out of the eastern region. Shura was caught and pinned to the center of the huge building. The other captives who could still be tied up were gathered around him. They had been hit by Source Beginning's attack and were half dead, but not dead. They were still unconscious. Two of them were sneakily opening their eyelids. It seemed that they still wanted to pretend to be unconscious. He slowly looked up at the people in front of him. When he saw that his people were caught again and were being watched by Yun Nuashing and the others like turtles in a jar, he suddenly looked up and laughed. His laughter was inexplicable and complicated. No one knew what he was thinking. So, once again, I've fallen into your hands again. Shura panted, the corner of his mouth rubbing the black blood that had just fallen on his shoulder. He raised his head and looked at Yun Nuashing, who was slowly walking over. Then what do you plan to do? Mr. Guardian of the Will, is it fun to humiliate us time and time again? Humiliate? Yun Nuashing shook her head and stood in front of him. She slowly squatted down so that she was at eye level with him. I just want to know what I want to know. You are just very unlucky to appear in front of us. Is that so? Is that so? Shura sneered and turned his head to the side. His body trembled slightly, and he suddenly laughed a few times before he calmed down. But so what? You don't think that I will obediently cooperate with you and tell you everything. Don't even think about it. It's impossible. Yun Nuashing ignored him and continued. I'm actually very curious. What are you all doing this for? And what are you all doing this for? I'm talking about your real thoughts, and not the *T Supreme will. If you all can be fooled, then that Supreme will must be quite interesting as well. But now, I'm more interested in your thoughts. Huh. Shura raised his head and looked into the pair of beautiful eyes. Staring at the beautiful eyes that were like precious gems, there was a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. He said word by word, no comment. There were some emotions that were almost undetectable other than sarcasm in the pair of black eyes. There was hatred, sadness, and the determination to fight to the death like a beast. Ah, such familiar emotions. He immediately understood that the story he heard from Mu Tsang-Yuan was really related to him. But it was really puzzling. Such a reason, I have long known that it is a heart of hatred that has been ignited for the dead. So, you want to drag the world down with you? Is this your most fundamental motive? Yun Nuashing let out a long breath. Seeing Shura's body tremble slightly and his face become slightly gloomy, he confirmed this point. Boring, boring. I thought it would be something more interesting. Shura's eyes suddenly became cold and filled with killing intent. His face became ferocious like a ferocious beast. He roared at him like a madman. What do you understand about me? How much do you think you know? How much do you think you know? Do you think you understand as much as you know? Do you think you've lived for millions and millions of years and you've understood everything? No, you're just an idiot who thinks you're infallible, who denies everything, who thinks that the world must revolve around you, who thinks that you can push your mistakes onto others, who in the end hate the world for no reason, who even becomes numb to living. You're just like a laughable puppet. Yun Nuashing grabbed his collar and pulled him in front of him. The two pairs of eyes were only a few inches apart. His wide eyes slowly turned from colorful to a deep silver black. A chaotic and crazy aura gradually leaked out from his eyes. You are just a pitiful creature who can't deny yourself a joke. You can't even look at your own heart. The thought of destroying the world comes one after another. You don't even have the thought of investigating anything. You don't even want to care about the truth. You just want to find someone or something to take the blame for. You want to deny the fact that the matter is related to you. And in the end, you can do whatever you want to do to vent your ridiculous hatred and anger. Look at me directly, son of a bitch. Look at the real resentment, hatred, and hatred that I bear. What a shallow and sad joke. That is your joke. The uncountable negative emotions that were so heavy that a mere demonized soul couldn't bear pierced into his heart like a rain of arrows. His ferocious and furious expression just a moment ago was disintegrated in an instant. Boring. You are also a boring thing. Seeing his eyes suddenly become frightened, lifeless, and desperate, Yun Nuashing snorted coldly, smacked her lips, turned around, and threw him aside. The silver-black light in her eyes slowly disappeared. Seeing Feng suddenly become angry for no reason, and then inexplicably pull someone up to scold him, and then throw him aside like trash after scolding him. Hui and the others felt really confused. He glanced at Shura, who was so frightened by the sins of the world that he couldn't move. He couldn't help but move to Feng's side. "Feng, what happened?" Suddenly, "Oh, it's nothing. Before I left, I got some information from Mu Tsangyuan, some records of the past, and I learned about this guy. It's just that..." Yun Nuashing covered her forehead and shook her head. "It's nothing. I accidentally remembered some unpleasant things, but it's okay." Hui selectively skipped the middle part and directly asked about Shura. "What did Mu Tsangyuan say?" "It happened tens of thousands of years ago when he led people to become demonized." Yun Nuashing looked up at the sky. "A person related to him died in a city that was destroyed by the demonized. She volunteered to stay behind, and he was responsible for taking the rest of the people out of the city. What happened after that is pretty much needless to say." Huh. Hui was confused, but after thinking about it carefully, he seemed to have understood. Both of them were members of the Great Shrine. After the one at the rear died in the battle, his brain went haywire and he hated the Great Shrine. The reason was that the guards didn't do their job, and so on. Aha, it can't be that. Really? Don't be right. He saw Maple nodding with a strange expression. After he nodded, he jumped up. That brain. How many twists and turns did he make? This is great. He was sitting at home, and thunder came from the sky. He couldn't hate this world, so he blamed the thunder for not striking other places but himself. Don't be like this. When he saw that Shura's face was filled with deep hatred, he thought that there was a complicated story of millions of words entangled in it. How could his brain be so dead? Speaking of which, he was still standing together with the demonized life form. That's right. What he hated and vented his anger on was the Great Shrine and the life forms of this world. It had nothing to do with the demonized life form. Forget it. Everyone had their own aspirations. This could not be fixed. The thoughts of life forms. This world was too chaotic. This world is too messy. I heard from Mu Tsangyuan that he hadn't found Shura's purpose and the root cause of his change. But in fact, Mu Tsangyuan and the others knew about this. They just didn't link this matter to Shura's mutation. But after searching for a long time, there was really no other possibility. I didn't think so at first, until I confirmed it just now. Yun Nuashing covered her mouth with a pale face. The sins of the world are very sensitive to such negative emotions. I almost vomited after taking a bite. All right. There are people like that. Their thinking is slippery. There's so many of them in the void that they can fill up an entire void region. Hui knocked his forehead. He saw that Maple was still a little disappointed. Then he asked, "Then what did you think of just now?" "Nothing. It's similar in nature, or it's just a side effect. But it's also about the disappearance of an important person." Yun Nuashing sighed in disappointment. Suddenly, she walked to Shuang and patted her head under her curious gaze. Her eyes were lost in thought. "I hate my own powerlessness, so I took revenge on myself. I took revenge on myself and made myself look like a ghost. I just don't want that scene to happen again." Hui opened his mouth. He felt that he had mentioned something that he shouldn't have. This was the longest revenge in the history of time, and it would last forever. He knew that Maple, this bull's horn, had gone out and would never stop. The things that had disappeared would never come back. So, his hatred could never be quenched. So, his hatred could not find a specific direction. He just hung himself high in the void, ignited himself with the inextinguishable flame, and became a star in the void, burning forever and alone. Then he stared at all this, temporarily indifferent. No one knew whether it was the speech therapy that broke the Shura's mental barrier or his soul was broken by the sins of the world. Anyway, it didn't take much effort to get everything out of his mind. Hui felt that something was wrong again. "Wait a minute, Maple. You just mentioned him and nagged about those things. Is it because... Yun Nuashing turned to look at the slow-witted monster and said helplessly, "What else could it be? It's troublesome to extract the soul of a mid-level premier. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, he's an enemy. I don't have to guarantee that he'll be completely safe after extraction. So, I'll just do whatever is convenient and fast. You know, I've never been soft-hearted to my enemies." That's right. How could a guy who is not soft-hearted to himself be soft-hearted to his enemy if it was not for a certain need, such as inducing? It was this result that made them unable to control their expressions, and their faces almost collapsed. They thought that Yun Nuashing just knew the cause and effect of this matter. So she hung up the Black Panther and scolded him to announce the end of this matter. They didn't expect that it was to break the Black Panther's mental barrier. This was really unexpected. Hanging him up and scolding him or beating him up won't hinder the collapse of his mental barrier, right? Won't you be happy doing 2 or 3 things at the same time? Yun Nuashing shrugged at the helpless and speechless people. She waved her hand at Hui, whose face was wrinkled like a mask. Well, let's see what they're doing. This should be the end of this matter. Even if it's not the end, there's no way to induce him anymore. If there's anything else after this, we'll deal with it ourselves. 2 or 3 things. Everyone suddenly understood. Hanging Azure up and giving him a good scolding, breaking down his mental barrier, and reminding me of some bad things, that's really 2 or 3 things. This is harming the enemy at the expense of himself. 18,000. He really doesn't show any mercy to me. Look at his heart-wrenching expression now. That slightly uncomfortable and calm expression of wanting to smash something. It's really difficult for him. The little angel knew what he was worried about. She sighed softly and floated over to hug him. She skillfully wrapped him with her wings. She looked up and said to Hui and the others through the soul transmission, "It's okay. It'll be done in a while. You guys go ahead." Hui smiled bitterly and shook his head. He squatted down and pressed on Azura's head. It was not difficult to extract his memory. At the moment, his mind was still wandering about what had happened recently. Oh, that part of the messy memory, and the memory that was stimulated by Maple with the sins of the world, had to be dealt with first. After dealing with this part, they could get some of the information they wanted, such as the seal of the gate. It should be this. We flipped through Azura's memory like flipping through a book. He looked around and said, "The land of dusk, the will of the eternal night." It's the literal meaning. It's not a particularly complicated riddle. To put it simply, this place wasn't called the realm of dusk. Instead, it was a place where there were more than a dozen seals and gates in this land. Those places were called the realm of dusk. As for the will of the eternal night, they temporarily understood it as the supreme will. It was the existence that created this world, and it might be something left behind by that existence. This is what Azura learned from that person. They have removed 7 of the seals of the land of dusk, and they can open the gate after killing the remaining 10. But to get rid of the land of dusk, Hui turned his gaze and looked at the 2 groups of things that were still fighting in the wilderness. He could not help but say, "First, we have to flatten the group of pure ink sea. They are the guards of the land of dusk and the gate. In addition to guarding the land of dusk, they will also wander around the whole place casually. This time, they seem to have encountered a group of wandering gate guards. Well, in short, after killing all of the land of dusk, the gate will open." Hui clapped his hands and laughed. "It should be the cloud wall that will open. It sounds simple, but it's probably quite troublesome to do." Hui looked back and forth again and felt that he did not miss anything. He nodded and shouted to the 2 people who were wrapped up in a ball, "Maple, we have found the destination and direction. Let's go." Yun Nuashing squeezed out of the pile of feathers and pulled the little angel over. When she heard Hui talking about what had just happened in her soul, she suddenly rolled her eyes. "Didn't we take action too early? Let them toss around until the end, provoke." Hui smiled bitterly. When he figured out this part of the matter, he already knew. Great, the time to slack off had been reduced. But it did not matter. If they took action themselves, it would be faster. If they let Azura and the others dawdle, and used the army to grind against the army, they did not know how long they would have to grind it out. Speaking of this, he pointed to Azura and the others who were thrown aside. What should we do with them? Pack them up and bring them back. Let Mu Tsang-Yuan and the others deal with them. Yun Nuashing glanced at Azura, who had his mental barrier violently torn open and his memories tormented. His spirit and soul were damaged, and he looked a little silly. She sighed softly. For the time being, the injury can still be cured. In short, we can bring them back when the time comes. They gathered a group of demonized creatures and the defeated soldiers in the northern region, tied them up, put a lot of seals, and threw them into a string as goods on the ship. The first stage of this matter that spanned hundreds of thousands of years should be over. The only thing left was to uncover it now. As for the two armies that were still fighting after losing the control of the Shura's group, the demonized creatures had become much weaker. They would probably be torn to shreds by the shadow-like army in no time. Thus, he decided to ignore them and let them continue fighting. It was not difficult to find the location of the Twilight Realm according to Azura's memory, but this was also because the Twilight Realm near this location was easy to find. As for the Twilight Realm in other locations, well, they had to first find the location in Azura's memory in this place where they could not find the north, south, east, and west. Riding the airship under the gloomy sky, they gradually approached the place called the Twilight Realm. From a high altitude, they could see the whole picture. It was a camp with 2 towers and a pillar-shaped building. Well, it could also be a sentry post. Speaking of which, the pillar-shaped building was a miniature version of the ruins of the last 4 generations. The appearance was exactly the same, except that the ruins of the last 4 generations were green. The 2 towers and the sphere in the Twilight Realm were entirely orange and dim gold. It was like the afterglow of the setting sun when dusk fell. The 2 sentry towers stood at the 2 highest points of the terrain, and one should be able to see tens of thousands of miles away from them. The only 3 buildings were a little dilapidated, with traces of damage left behind by attacks. It was as if there had been a battle here, but it should have been quite a long time ago. At the top of the 2 towers, there was residual light of fireflies. It was very weak, like a firefly alone in the summer night. If one did not pay attention, they might disappear. As for what the light was for, Shura's memory did not mention. It only mentioned how to destroy the 3 buildings. To demolish the 3 buildings, first we looked down. The ground was crowded with monsters like shadows. They were crowded together like a black sea of shadows. Their movements were like waves and ripples on the surface of the sea. There were so many of them that it was not easy to judge how many there were. They could only see a black sea rolling over and over. Before demolishing the 3 buildings, they first had to clean up the place. The energy of the shadows would protect the 3 buildings. When Shura and the others destroyed the 7 Twilight Realm, they used the demonized creatures to charge and push forward. It took a lot of time to wear down the shadow-like army. In addition to destroying the Sea of Shadows, it took a lot of time just to destroy the 3 buildings. But it was not difficult for them. Buildings were just buildings. After losing their energy and the protection of the power of order, they had many ways to demolish them. It was still that guy who was killed by Maple. After he came and gave Shura and the others a few pointers, they sped up a little. Then, as soon as they sped up and demolished 1 Twilight Realm, they were stopped by the wandering gate guards. They went up and caught the guards like batons and gave them a good beating. Maple, go. Hui slapped Maple on the shoulder and pointed at the things below. You go down and destroy them. We'll go and demolish the tower. All right, don't make too much noise. If you make too much noise, those things will probably gather. Just now, there were 2 waves of things fighting over there, so the fireworks you set off didn't pull more shadows over. Although these things are not a problem, they will provide energy defense for the Twilight Realm. That's troublesome. Yun Nuashing turned and looked at Hui in a daze. She stared at him for a while and said, "So you want me to drag them somewhere else to set off fireworks?" "Well, that's pretty much what I mean." Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. "But isn't it your job to pull the monsters? Come on, you go and pull the monsters. I'll set off the fireworks. As for this side, little hour, Sui Qing, you and Blue Phoenix will demolish the tower." This. Hui just said 2 words in a daze. Before he could regain his senses, Yun Nuashing grabbed him and threw him towards the edge of the sea of shadows. Boom! Boom! An earth-shattering explosion of energy, accompanied by billowing dust, spread in all directions. Hui landed gracefully on one knee, holding a shield in his left hand and wiping his forehead with his right hand. His face was shining, as if he had made his grand entrance. He saw that the countless shadows in front of him were all looking back and smiling at him nonstop. He had already forgotten that Maple had gone overboard by throwing him out just now. His professional instinct made him immediately hit his shield. "Come and hit me, idiot!" Boom! Boom! Then a golden light burst out from his body. The cracked shield was smashed into the shadow army like a meteor. Countless shadow monsters exploded into raindrops in the sky. The shadow monsters were constantly flying, spinning, disintegrating, and dissipating. The large shadow monsters crashed to the ground and crushed many of their allies. They struggled and turned over, crushing many of their allies. Then they charged at the guy who was cursing and running. Yun Nuashing looked at Hui, who was skillfully dragging the army, and shrugged at the stunned crowd. Look, someone's professional instinct is deeply imprinted in his soul. Everyone's cheeks twitched slightly, and they smiled bitterly. Yun Nuashing waved her hand. "Then I'll leave the demolition to you. I'll cooperate with him." When these 2 fellows charged together, there would be earth-shattering noises at every moment. Everyone watched as the 2 of them walked further and further away, dragging the sea of ink behind them. The sea of ink receded like an ebbing tide, gradually moving further and further away, gradually revealing the scars hidden in the ground below. It was a ghastly sight. Those were the scars that the guy with the shield had just smashed out. Siyu pulled Blue Phoenix, who was a little stunned, and whispered, "Let's go down." Everyone hurriedly put on their expressions and jumped off the ship. Without the guards, the Twilight Realm was very quiet. The energy reaction was much weaker than when they first arrived. It was probably because the defense level of the high level close to the peak of the Yuan-Shi realm had dropped to about the mid-level, which was about the level of the Great Yuan realm. They looked at the 3 buildings in front of them for a while, just when they were thinking about how to make it more convenient for them to take action. On the other side of the space in the distance, a ball of bright, white light suddenly exploded. It was like a new sun rising slowly. The breath of the primordial surged out from the distant place like a storm, and the bright white light illuminated this part of the world. It was really a big movement. The gorgeous fireworks bloomed, and the storm of sound and energy impact reached them only a few seconds later than the light. At the same time, the energy in the 3 buildings was further reduced. The energy reaction was so low that they didn't need to think about how to take them down. They could deal with it by just waving their hands. Xiao Xiao and Feng Qing, Huang almost subconsciously destroyed the 2 towers. Just when they were about to destroy the building with the ball on top of the pillar, 2 rays of light suddenly fell from the space beside them. The 2 people who had just finished setting off the fireworks slowly walked out. Siyu was very surprised. She said in the soul communication, "Can we use teleportation in this place?" "No, this is not teleportation. It's just borrowing the power of the primordial to retrieve." That's what it means. I left a trace of the primordial's breath on you. When necessary, you can drag me to where you are or vice versa. It's just moving quickly. Yun Nuashing quickly explained, looking at the 2 towers next to him rumbling and splashing dust. The aura of the dusk realm also changed. It was as if something was slowly sinking from the surface of the sea to the bottom of the sea. Blue Phoenix prepared for a while. She raised the Netherworld Ruin's sword and was about to smash the ball in front of her. Yun Nuashing frowned and thought for half a second. She went up to her and held her down. She shook her head at the puzzled Blue Phoenix and said, "Wait, this breath is not right. Something is not right." What's not right? Hui heard this and immediately went back to the part of the memory that he had just touched. After a while, he scratched his head and said, But they did do that. There seems to be nothing wrong with it. After smashing the entire Twilight Realm, there will be a little reaction. If they don't smash the Twilight Realm, they won't be able to open the door." Yun Nuashing shook her head and said, "What they did is their own business. Their brains are all out of whack. Before we find any evidence or traces to prove that what they did was really serious, and not just a random guess, let's pause for a while. This is what a bunch of brainless people do. If we follow them without any evidence, doesn't that mean we are brainless too?" "That's true." Hui pinched his chin and nodded. Looking at the two towers that had turned into dust, his face twitched. He coughed dryly and said, "Anyway, let's look around here and see if we can find anything before those inks come knocking on our door. Hey, by the way, Feng, do you remember that sentence?" "It's the sentence that Lu Xiaoqiu translated for us when we first came here." Yun Nuashing nodded and said, "And wait in the Twilight Realm for the will of the eternal night to descend." "Xiaoqiu, it's that right?" Lu Xiaoqiu nodded and said, "Although I don't know what it means." Hui continued to pinch his chin and said, "Wait for the will of the eternal night." "What does that mean?" "I don't know. Anyway, let's not talk about how we got the information from them. All they did was destroy things, and it might not be the same as what we really want to do. When you come to my house to play, even if I'm busy, I'll probably ask you to find the key that's hidden at the door. Or, at the very least, I'll ask you to climb the window or something. It's impossible that I'll ask you to kick the door open first." Yun Nuashing began to walk around the pillar in front of her as she spoke. That's true. But what if it really wants us to break in?" Yun Nuashing's pretty face twitched. "Then it's either seriously ill or problematic. By the way, seriously ill means that it can't move. Well, it's not even breathing. After all, there is an 80% chance that the existence in this world is already dead. It's obviously impossible for it to guide us to break in. As for problematic, there's a problem. It's a problem in all aspects. You're referring to this supreme will. Well, there are many kinds of situations. Although there is an 80% chance of this, there's still a 20% chance that it's still alive." As Yun Nuashing spoke, he took out the stick held by the white-faced man who had already gone to the reincarnation road to report. "Look at this thing again. It's a fresh breath of the peak of the premiere, right? I really suspect that there will be some big trouble near the end or at the end. It can't really be that 20%, right? It can't be, right?" Everyone was so scared that they shrank back. Even if this was not said by a certain prophecy emperor, it was scary enough. Chapter 2016. As mentioned before, there was an 80% chance that the creator of this world was already dead, and its death had caused all sorts of problems in this world. First, there was the problem of the concept. Then there was the problem of the mysterious power of demonized energy, and now there was the problem of whether they were opening the door or smashing the door on the way to the realm of consciousness. It was simply ridiculous. He could not be blamed for being cautious, since the only good news so far was that Frost had finally found the source of the voice that was desperately muttering beside her ears. Everything else was still in the dark. They still had not figured out what was going on with this world. And to understand it, they would have to enter the realm of consciousness and have a chat with the heart of the world. But to enter, they would have to consider whether to smash the door or smash the door. Well, it was actually quite normal to lock the heart of the world of gods. The heart of the world of gods was also locked, and outsiders were not allowed to enter. Outsiders would have to break through several layers of barriers to enter, and that would be harder than stepping over the heart of the world. As everyone knew, the heart of the world of gods was a void-level calamity, and to step over it would mean being crushed dozens of times by the void. Only after that would they be able to reach the realm of consciousness, and then be crushed hundreds of times by other calamities of the same difficulty. Such a defense would basically wipe out 9,999% of life, a whole bunch of lives, just that it would not be able to stop those things on the other side. Anyway, it was normal to put the heart of the world in a box, but the realm of consciousness in this place, why did it feel like something was off? This thick defense, this thick barrier that laws and order could not withstand, and now that he realized it, he felt that something was off about the thickness of the barrier. Generally speaking, the thickness of a box's defenses would have to be comparable to the importance of the things inside. It was not like there was a barrier that could stop the cycle of reincarnation just to keep a mosquito inside, right? If there's really such a barrier, even if there was nothing to put inside, they would have to stuff as much as they could inside. Phone, if you keep muttering, are we still going to open the door or not? Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment, and when he turned around, he saw that everyone's faces were strange and a little pale. They were all scared by his nagging. If he continued, there would be a peak primeval screaming and rushing out the moment the door opened, and they did not know how strong the primeval god was. If he really did not die after being imprisoned for more than 10 eras, opening the door with a palm was like a lunatic. Open! Of course! Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. Little Qing and the others are almost here. What are you afraid? As long as this peak primeval god. I am confident. Hui swallowed his saliva and asked with a face full of sweat, What are you sure about? Raise your sword and charge, and knock him down instantly. Yun Nuashing scratched his head and smiled bitterly in the soul transmission. Not to mention the upper realm, we can't even defeat the lower realm. The void frontline is not here, and we can't defeat the peak primeval god. We have all our trump cards at home. How can we fight, right? Everyone smiled bitterly. This was a very real answer. But in any case, this door has to be opened. We have really gone through a lot to reach this place. How can we not open the door? Okay, how do we open the door? Hui turned his head and pointed to the Twilight Realm, which only had one pillar left. This has been torn down in two, and there is only one left. What can it do? They had already walked around in a circle, and so far they had not found anything, not even a little bit. This ball had no internal space. It was just a ball. After walking around, they could only repeat the same sentence over and over again, but they could not understand what this riddle was trying to say. We glanced into the distance, where the attraction of all things exploded. The space had quieted down, and there was energy gathering in the distant space. Although the movement of their gathering was not as great as that of the demonized life, as long as they moved, there would be an invisible pressure gathering little by little, just like standing on the sea and watching the tsunami on the horizon rushing towards you. It was estimated that, in a while, they would be able to return to the appearance of the army when they were just dragged out. When they came back and found that their home had been destroyed, they might... Yun Nuashing noticed the direction he was looking at, but he continued to ponder. Ponder my ass, hurry up and move. Don't think about it. According to what I have now, it doesn't matter if it is useful or not. In short, let's give it a try first. It's useless to just stand here and think about it. We turned around and saw Maple walking quickly towards the ball, so he quickly followed beside him. What are your thoughts now? The guardian of the will, the power of the will, plus the light in the real world. Previously, do you still remember? Yun Nuashing quickly responded. Oh, of course. I remember when you reflected the whole world. Hui said as he reacted. So you intend to use this strange characteristic to try your luck? Gamble on the power of the will of this world, or something. Yun Nuashing nodded slightly. We have to try. What if it doesn't work? Yun Nuashing paused for a second and thought hard for a moment. Smash. We can't really smash it, right? I really feel that this might not be too good. When the two towers collapsed, there was a strange feeling. Didn't you feel it? No, not at all. Everyone shook their heads hard, which made Yin Nuashing even more distressed. He tried to tell them what he felt personally to persuade them. It's like that. Seeing that everyone had a slight headache and were ready to receive his magical speech, Yin Nuashing thought for a moment and changed his words. The feeling of being slapped into the sea and choking to death, and the heart and lungs suddenly stopping in an instant. This normal, yet subtle speech made everyone stunned. Thinking about it carefully, wasn't this the feeling of death? It was just that the feeling of death was really about to die, and this was about dying. Moreover, it was indeed frightening to hear. At least it made the idea of tearing down the Twilight Realm in their hearts fade away. In short, while they were talking, they had already walked to the front of the building at the top of the pillar. Yun Nuashing did not need to prepare. He directly rushed forward and pressed his palm on the nearest pillar. The power of his will suddenly surged into the building in front of him. Everyone held their breath and waited for a few seconds, a dozen seconds, half a minute, 2 minutes later. We let out a long breath. Seeing that everyone was looking at each other with strange expressions, he didn't know whether to laugh or have a headache. He couldn't help but say, "Fong, don't hold it in any more." Yun Nuashing's stiff expression suddenly collapsed. He smiled bitterly and said, "Then there's really no way out." Ning Fei, who had been paying attention to the movements of the shadow army in the distance, looked at the vast wave rushing over in the distance and hurriedly reminded, "Mr. Feng, Mr. Hui, those monsters are almost back. Do you want to fight them?" Hui glanced at the massive black tsunami that had already condensed a crazy level of impact force, then turned back to look at Maple, who was still unwilling to give up. He nodded and shouted through his soul, "Get ready to fight. Give this guy some time to come out and let him." Just as everyone heard the first half of the sentence and warmed up and prepared to fight, the sky quickly darkened in a short 5 seconds. The dusky sky was occupied by an even darker light, interrupting everyone's warm-ups. I Ching and the others who were preparing to rush out of the energy tower and gather were all stunned. In the Twilight Realm, a black light beam suddenly rushed into the sky from the ruins of the towers on the left and right. The light of darkness, was as dark as the sea of ink, but this light was washed clean of the smell of madness. It was just quietly releasing light. The 2 strong black lights rose into the sky and dyed the dusky sky with a layer of thick darkness. It was like a layer of pure black curtain blocking all the light from the sky, making this part of the world even darker. Everyone could only see a small area around them from the weak energy light released by each other. Crack! The sound of rolling stones attracted everyone's attention. Under the dark beam of light, the towers that had been turned into wreckage seemed to have gone back in time. They slowly stood up from the ruins. Under the control of the energy, countless wreckage quickly floated into the air and slowly rotated around the center of the ruins. Sand and dust gathered and turned into small pieces. Under the guidance of the energy, they accurately found their original positions and quickly returned to their original positions one by one, quickly repairing the wreckage that was full of cracks. In less than half a minute, the 2 towers that were tens of thousands of feet tall once again appeared in their perception. Due to the darkness, they could only vaguely see a part of a huge object appear in that position. At the same time, the light of darkness released from the top of the towers became even more intense, even slightly suppressing the light of energy released by everyone, causing the world to become completely dark, and they could not even see their own fingers if they stretched out their hands. Yun Nuashing was also stunned by the movement for a while. When the darkness completely covered this part of the space, she began to softly murmur, waiting for the will of the eternal night to descend. Is it that simple? Or am I thinking too much of this? Hui first informed little Qingzi and the others when he saw the unexpected situation. Then he said to Feng, "The eternal night is here. Where is its will?" "Oh, I don't know. Seems like it's not over yet." Yun Nuashing turned to look in the direction of the 2 towers and said with uncertainty, "Or is this the embodiment of its will?" Hui thought hard and hurriedly said loudly, "No matter what, let's hurry up and retreat. Those things will come back soon. We can't tell if they will cause any trouble now." Yun Nuashing waved her hand and shouted, "Our eyes and senses are all blind. Anyway, everyone rush out in one direction and gather outside." Everyone nodded and scattered in all directions like exploding fireworks. In a place that was so dark that even they couldn't be light bulbs, they ran out in the darkness. The process was very smooth. "Ow! Ning Fei, you bumped into me. Why are you squeezing in with me? You go left. I go right. Retreat. Dong. TSK. Shouldn't you all go left when facing me?" Well, it didn't seem to be going well. Listening to the sound of knocking on the head, the two must have been in pain. This echo was not even as loud as a watermelon. When everyone left the umbral realm and gathered from all directions, the two brothers, one holding his forehead and the other holding his chin, came out in a sorry state. Their faces were full of pain, and looking at them, puffed. Although they shouldn't laugh, they really looked like they were in pain. Cough, cough. Lord Feng, Lord Hui. Little Qingzi, who was a step late, found the right place and pounced toward them. He glanced at the black curtain in front of him and then looked at the black tsunami that was about to approach. He whistled and said, "Everyone is looking for the other twilight realms based on the clues you gave us. We have already found 2 places. Together with this place in front of us, we already have a clear location. Someone has already gone to the remaining twilight realms to check out the situation." "Oh," Hui nodded in response. Thinking of the scene of the debris being rebuilt, he said, "By the way, get someone to check out the situation of the 7 demolished twilight realms. Maybe they can be salvaged." "Understood." Hui turned to look at Feng, who was staring at the twilight realms in a daze. "Feng, is there anything else unusual?" Yun Nuashing tilted her head slightly and looked at the tsunami that was tens of thousands of feet high that was about to reach the umbral realm. She stared at it for a while until she saw that it had returned to the area shrouded in the long night. After waiting for a while and finding nothing unusual, she turned and shook her head. "Nothing, nothing. Let's go to the next place." When they left, no one noticed that a faint white light suddenly lit up in the umbral realm. It was as if they were staring at the night sky, watching the dark clouds in the sky become thinner and dissipate bit by bit until countless bright stars appeared in the sky and covered the night sky. The twilight realms in other places were no different. They were still in the shape of 2 towers and a sphere. As the twilight realms were lit up in the same way, they also roughly drew a map of the space. After all, there was a precedent in the silent wasteland. They also checked the arrangement of the twilight realms here as preparation in advance. However, they did not find anything strange. The arrangement of the twilight realms was very casual. It felt like they had grabbed 17 beans and scattered them on the map, and then, with a click, they set up the place and built it. Well, that was the conclusion that everyone came to after looking at the map for a while. Using the same method to let Hui distract the Shadow Army, Yun Nuashing waited for him to light up the twilight realms when he pulled them far enough away. After they found that they could cut off the connection between the twilight realms and the twilight realms by dragging them far enough away, they did not even bother to fight the monsters. At this time they had lit up 4 twilight realms and repaired the 7 destroyed twilight realms while they were at it. The fact that the 2 towers and the sphere could be put back together was a little ridiculous and a little unbelievable. If it were not for the Shadow Army still guarding the place, he might have given up the idea of repairing the twilight realms. In fact, the repair had nothing to do with him at all. He just needed to stick there and throw out his power of will, and the 3 buildings would be rebuilt by themselves. It looks like some kind of self-repairing node. When the 7th Twilight Ruins was rebuilt and the light of darkness descended from the sky, little Xiao suddenly spoke softly. Seeing that everyone was looking at her curiously, she explained softly, "They are engraved in the conceptual layer of the rules, or in the rules and structures of a kind of domain. The rules, concepts, and structures are indestructible. Even if the body has collapsed, it can be reformed. Such arrangements are common on the battlefield, but here, Yun Nuashing's face twitched. This place was on the way to the realm of consciousness. Putting a lot of combat nodes in this place was probably the same as burying a mine in your yard. From the yard to the gate, you would have to go through a round of mines. Speaking of which, this place was indeed on the way to the realm of consciousness. But this arrangement, if one were to say that it was meant to make a road, no, it did not look like it. It looked more like a war zone. The buildings in the Twilight Realms that he had seen before were also somewhat damaged by the battle, cracked and falling to the ground. After repairing the last Twilight ruins, everyone retreated outside and waited quietly for Hui, who was dragging a lot of shadows outside, to come back. After waiting for about 5 minutes, the latter landed in front of everyone with a strange look on his face. He looked at the tsunami in the distance and could not help but say, "These things are weird. I dragged them for a few rounds and finally found something wrong. Is it your turn to encounter something unusual this time?" Yun Nuashing joked. Hui smiled bitterly. "It seems that after you activated the Twilight Realms, they went out of control. No matter how much I taunted them over there, they ignored me and just rushed back like moths to a flame. God knows what's going on." Yun Nuashing watched as the tide rolled in a crazy aura. It only took a few seconds for it to approach from afar. Every time, he would stare at them as they rushed into the dark area before turning around to leave. However, he did not seem to notice anything unusual. This time, he also watched the black tsunami return to the Twilight Realms, as if it was returning to its nest, and completely disappeared inside. Like shadows blending into the darkness, they could no longer be distinguished from each other. Only then did Yun Nuashing set off to the next Twilight Realms. After completely lighting up all 17 Twilight Realms, standing in the sky and scanning the world, it did not take much effort to see a black cube at the other end of the space in the distance. It was particularly conspicuous under the dim sky. That's it. Yun Nuashing looked at the last area that he had lit up, looked around, and also looked at the other black areas in other directions. There was silence between heaven and earth. Nothing happened. There was no surge of energy, no vision. The concept layer of rules was still dead silent, and there was not even the slightest fluctuation of willpower. He could not help but look at Hui, who had his arms crossed and seemed a little distressed. Is there anything else? For example, did they say what will appear after they tear down the Twilight Realms? There's no other reminder. Hui shook his head and pondered for a while. Suddenly, his thoughts shot out like an arrow. Yes, the Twilight Realms have been dealt with. There should be some movement at the gate. Yun Nuashing frowned slightly and was a little suspicious. He was not suspicious of Hui, but he was suspicious of the place that had done too many things. Is it really that easy? I keep feeling that, or am I really overcomplicating things? Well, there's nothing else we can do now. At worst, we can just treat it as unlocking the wrong door. Even if it's wrong, we have to look at the situation of the gate and observe what went wrong. Hui waved his hand with a relaxed look. He turned and pushed Maple towards the huge cloud wall in the distance, bursting with dark thunder. After all, there are 17 keyholes here. If you say they're going to cause more trouble, I'll believe it. So, let's go and see if there's any movement at the gate. Yun Nuashing sighed and nodded. Anyway, they had indeed used up all the clues that they could use. Before they found new clues, they could only go there and see what the situation was before they made plans. It was not a good idea to just stand there and do nothing. Ling, wait a minute. Just as everyone was about to follow, they suddenly heard Xiao Shi shout. They subconsciously turned around and saw her raising her finger to the dark curtain in front of them. They curiously leaned back. Then they saw that in the dark curtain there were billions of stars twinkling little by little, almost dyeing the whole curtain white. The dense light spots twinkled irregularly and agitated, like hearts hanging high in the starry sky. They appeared for a while and began to spontaneously gather together. The neighboring stars dragged their tracks and merged with each other to become a bigger ball of light, and the small lights would also take the initiative to merge into the bigger star. The whole process was accelerating. They watched as the stars gathered faster and faster towards the center. Finally, the brilliance of the hundreds of millions of stars condensed into a single star. The moving starlight could tear apart the barrier of the dark curtain and illuminate the dim world as bright as the polar day. It was as if there was really a star in the dark curtain that was releasing dazzling brilliance. At the moment when it burned most vigorously and released the strongest light, it expanded violently. The dazzling light made everyone cover their eyes. Then it suddenly dissipated, and the light that illuminated this place disappeared in an instant, and the world returned to darkness. He put down the hands that were covering his eyes and blinked a few times to adjust to the darkness here. He looked at the surroundings that had returned to normal and looked at the curtain that had become pitch black again. He scratched his head and asked, "What was that just now?" Xiao Shi whispered softly, "Consciousness, the light of consciousness." Consciousness. Hui pinched his chin and could not help but mutter, "The will of the long night. Could it be referring to—" Yun Nuashing widened her eyes slightly and suddenly said, "The gate. Go to the gate." Hui was startled by this sudden voice. He turned around and saw Feng's shocked expression. His face twitched. "Don't make it seem like there's a ghost suddenly, okay?" The shadow of the past. Yun Nuashing glanced at him and nodded lightly. "It's indeed a ghost. It just escaped." Hui. Somehow he felt that this world was a little too full of ghosts, causing them to be so shocked. Moreover, if it was someone else who was shocked, even if they weren't sick, they would be seriously ill from the shock. Without saying anything, they quickly went to the place where the cloud wall was hovering. This time, when they came here again, the crystal storm that exuded a deadly aura had stopped spinning. It fell from the crystal form to the normal cloud-like energy form and quietly floated in this space. It seemed to have solidified. The flashing energy lightning and the storm inside had subsided. Even the rolling thunder in the sky had unknowingly retreated to the side and no longer made any sound. At the bottom of the solidified storm, they saw a shining white temple gate made of energy crystals. There was nothing around it except for the towering temple gate that stood alone on the ground. They were very sure that there was absolutely no such thing here just now. The bottom of the solidified and subsided storm seemed to have dissipated, revealing a gate. If they were not mistaken, it should be the gate that led to the realm of consciousness. Landing in front of the gate, Yun Nuashing took a deep breath and said to Little Qing, "Anyway, you guys first set things up here. Well, set things up as you can. Set things up according to the standard of lunacy. The more lunacy, the better." "Okay, I understand. This is the last step. Something must happen." I Ching smiled and nodded. Just as he turned around, he saw that everyone had already taken out the energy towers and magic arrays. He could not help but laugh dryly. It seemed that everyone knew that this was the last moment and was desperately preparing. Yun Nuashing and Hui walked at the front. The two of them looked at each other and nodded slightly. They were ready to push open the door made of energy crystals together. The scattered light from the inside made everyone squint their eyes. When the light dissipated, a light hall made of crystals appeared in front of them. It was different from the dark and gloomy sky outside. This hall was really bright. It was as if the reason why the whole space was dark was because all the light was gathered in this hall. The floor and walls of the hall made of crystals weren't particularly smooth, and the ground was particularly uneven. Walking 2 steps too fast would cause one to sprain one's ankle. Every single energy crystal on the floor and walls reflected an image. It seemed similar, but it wasn't. These were all scenes that had happened in the real world, but they weren't scenes of this moment. The images reflected weren't scenes that they were familiar with. Then these should have happened in the past and were recorded by the World Core. They were scenes that belonged to history. At the center of the hall was a huge white crystal that was 7 to 8 meters tall and resembled a small mountain. It was a thick white and not transparent, and at the bottom of the mountain-like crystal stood 5 humanoid silhouettes made of white light. Just like the light chasers, their entire bodies were emanating white light. What surprised everyone was that they actually saw those shadow lords of the past. Condensation of consciousness. Little Xiao murmured softly in spiritual transmission the moment he saw them. Just like us, just like when we were in the soul subduing ring, just bigger. They are condensation of consciousness formed from trillions of consciousnesses. Their restless consciousnesses have never calmed down. He had already said that this world was haunted. There were ghosts everywhere. Chapter 2017. Come to think of it, there were more than a dozen people standing in a room. But in fact, there were countless consciousnesses gathered here. Just the thought of them being stared at by countless consciousnesses gave him goosebumps. He could not help but shudder and wanted to turn and run. Well, he was not afraid of ghosts. At this level, he was not afraid of ghosts. They had hundreds of ways to explain the hundreds of types of ghosts they had seen. In fact, they were just another type of life form. According to their definition, as long as there was a consciousness or a soul, as long as one was still strong and enduring, it could be regarded as a life form. Besides, all the fear in the void was due to the lack of firepower. He often carried the number 1 killer weapon in the void of order and ran around. He was not worried about the lack of firepower, but he was a little worried that the firepower was too strong and would accidentally destroy the world of order. However, it was one thing not to be afraid of ghosts, but to see hundreds of millions of ghosts staring at them. That was horrifying. That was not fear, it was fear. Suddenly rushing out from the corner of a wall in the middle of the night and yelling at others could also frighten others to the point that their screams could fill the entire street. Why did it feel like there were people staring at them while they were talking? Siyu could not help but say, "This room is full of people." Everyone was speechless. "Don't say any more." Their backs were already frozen. Siyu pulled Little Star's hand and asked, "Little Star, how many people are here?" Yun Nuoxing's face was covered in cold sweat. She thought about the question seriously and blurted out, "Strictly speaking, there are only 2 people in this room." Everyone was sweating profusely. After thinking for 2 seconds, they turned to look at Lu Xiaoqiu and read. Yes, strictly speaking, these 2 were the only people in the room. The rest of the people in the room were not human. Being stared at by everyone, the 2 of them were drenched in cold sweat. Their hearts were spooked, and they almost stopped breathing. They felt that the atmosphere in the room had changed. Look at the things standing in this room. A group of energy life forms, 5 consciousnesses. Of course, there were essentially countless consciousnesses, and 2 people. In this situation, the 2 people seemed a little out of place, as if they had just come in randomly. Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes and ended this round of thinking. She turned to look at the 5 people standing at the foot of the crystal mountain. They were the same as when they were young. Back then, in order to maintain the seal in the deepest space of the soul subduing ring, the inheritors gathered their souls together to strengthen the seal. The 5 shadow lords in front of her might have fused together for some purpose. That purpose, perhaps it had something to do with them staying here. He had just seen the shadow lords darting out of the black curtain and coming here, but he could not tell which of the 5 people it was. They were completely unrecognizable. They were all figures cast by white light. They were about 2 meters tall, and he could not tell whether they were male or female. Well, they were not the same as the 2 shadow lords he had seen before. He could barely tell the gender of the 2 shadow lords. The 5 in front of him were probably part of the blurry body because they had fused with too many consciousnesses. That was it. That's it. That's all these 5 people looked like. Yun Nuoxing looked at the 5 people for a while and decided to give up thinking and walk forward. Hui instinctively reached out to grab it, but he did not touch it. He could only bite the bullet and walk forward. The others also followed behind with various expressions. They were all mentally prepared. When Yun Nuashing was 2 meters behind them, the 5 people slowly turned around. The consciousnesses in the middle lowered its head and focused on Yun Nuashing, who was looking up at it. It spoke softly. The voice transmitted by the consciousnesses had some heavy energy vibrations in it. It was impossible to tell whether it was a male or female voice. Friends from the outside world, I would like to pay my respects to you for everything you have done for this world. Thank you for stopping the world from falling step by step into the abyss. Yun Nuashing and the rest were slightly shocked. He was expressionless and said, "You know where we came from?" "We already knew from the moment you came. Our compatriots wandering in the space of this world have also communicated with you. We have also observed your situation from afar. We know that you are not the ones who bring destruction, but we can't make any response. We can only pray and hope that you, the wind from the outside world, can bring a glimmer of hope to this world that is on the verge of destruction," said the consciousnesses who spoke first. Yun Nuashing pressed his face in a daze. Their compatriots wandering in the space of this world. Could it be those shadows of the past? It seems very possible. It then turned its attention to Lu Xiaoqiu and Li Da. There was a hint of emotion in its dull voice. "I would also like to pay my respects to you, my compatriots. We are very gratified to see that you have not given up and have been fighting. The last struggle that we made back then seems to be not in vain. The time has finally come to an end." Lu Xiaoqiu and Li Da did not understand what was going on. She quickly moved to Feng Ling's side and said incoherently, "This? What is it saying?" "It's saying..." Yun Nuashing patted her shoulder and raised his head to look at the 5 consciousnesses in front of him. "They are the residents of this world, your ancestors. Let me make it clear. They are the lives of the previous generations, dozens of generations, dozens of generations. They were also alive. Do you understand?" Actually, this explanation made him a little worried. To suddenly point at a group of white silhouettes and say, "Look, these are your ancestors, your ancestors." Any normal person would probably have started cursing. A hot-tempered person would probably have given him a left hook, even if that would break his own hand. Anyway, as an inhuman and ultimate inhuman, he did not find it unacceptable. It was probably because he had been removed from the group of void derivatives and became a class of his own. Well, this kind of troublesome matter still needed to be solved by themselves. Looking at Xiaoqiu's blank expression, and then at Sir Bird's, pinching his face to check if it was a dream, it seemed that they still needed some time to calm down. In short, this matter should be solved by themselves. They might have some things to say to each other, just like how an elder would give instructions to the younger generation. Since it was rare for them to meet, even if there was nothing going on, they could still find something to talk about. As for them, they found another consciousnesses and walked to the side to continue their discussion. Some things were still intermission and had not ended yet. "So your current state is..." Yun Nuashing scanned the other consciousnesses from head to toe. "All the warriors who died in this world will return to this place." The voice of the other consciousnesses was softer, and there was a sense of overlapping layers. Once this was also a battlefield. After the warriors died, their consciousness would return to this place and continue to fight. This is not what we wanted. However, if we did not deal with it this way, this world might have been destroyed in that battle that lasted for countless years. Sure enough, this place used to be a battlefield, but the battle had ended a long time ago. Many of the traces had been cleaned up by the concept of rules. Yun Nuashing crossed her arms and nodded slightly as the answer confirmed their previous thoughts. "Then, where were all of you before this?" From the day the Supreme Will fell asleep, we could no longer fight for a long time. Our consciousnesses that were defeated and killed in battle would be blessed by the power left behind by the Supreme Will and become the consciousness puppets that you have seen." Uft! Hui turned his head and spat out a mouthful of water, his face full of shock and astonishment. That group of shadows? It nodded slightly and everyone was stunned. They really did not expect that they had smashed a large group of them. Although they knew that the army of shadows was guarding the Twilight Realm and the gateway, they really did not think that way. As if it understood what they were thinking, it let out a faint laugh. Don't worry. Our consciousness, will never die. Even if we die again, even if there is a crack in our complete consciousness, even if we become fragments, the fragments will fuse with the fragments. We will never die. Yun Nuashing's face twitched a few times. Those weird willpower puppets were probably put together like that. This fighting style that could stand up and continue to fight until the will completely dissipates is really tragic. Speaking of which, we have to thank you for reactivating the Twilight Realm, allowing us to completely awaken from our long stupor. We have been wandering in the wilderness in a daze for a long time, rarely waking up. We even forgot when we became willpower puppets and did not know when the war here ended. We only know that when we woke up, the war was already over. When the last warrior had become a willpower puppet, the war was completely out of control, and only the obsession that pervaded the entire realm and refused to give up persisted, fighting for us until everything came to an end. At this time, under the influence of the Supreme Will, we were able to wake up and become one to speed up the recovery. A complete and strong consciousness can help to repair the broken and weak consciousness, allowing everyone to recover. We used this method to lick our wounds and persevere until today. Even if some could not hold on, and their consciousness was worn to the limit, and had no choice but to fall behind, we will never give up, never stop. So tragic. We could not help but lower his head and sigh. What a tragic history of disaster and resistance. He sighed and shook his head, looking at it, and asked, "What are your enemies?" "Well, you have already seen them, and have cleaned up a lot. Those dregs of the demonized life forms." "Exactly." It sighed softly and looked up. "Those are the dregs of this world, and they have existed both here and outside since the beginning. At first, we had to deal with the pressure of the concept layer and the real world at the same time, sacrificing 95% of the world's life forms to resist the attack of the first generation. At that time, they were far more powerful than they are now. Dregs. Yun Nuashing repeated the word. They who joined the demonized life forms also said that the life forms of this world are dregs. What does that mean? Because we came from the same source. It shrugged and looked at Yun Nuashing and the others who were staring at it with a "you must be joking" expression. It said calmly, however, to be more specific, this world originated from the creation of the Supreme Will. The dregs are just foreign things that have eroded the Supreme Will. The abnormal things that were born from the Supreme Will are also part of the characteristics of the Supreme Will. Therefore, we can barely be considered as having the same origin, but they are just a bunch of irrational compatriots that will only endlessly spread destruction throughout the world. Therefore, we need to get rid of them, and they also think the same way. We both see each other as dregs. Yun Nuashing's eyes narrowed. Therefore, when the demonized energy condenses to a certain degree, I can feel a very weak sense of familiarity from it. Because of this reason, because the two of you are actually partially connected, the source that I am familiar with is still the energy of the Supreme Will. Foreign things. He murmured and fell into deep thought. He subconsciously said, "What kind of foreign things can make a peak premier have such a cracking change? We don't know." It shook its head, slightly. We actually don't have much interaction with the Supreme Will. It is always very busy, and can't put too much thought into this world. This part of memory comes from an earlier consciousness, before the foreign things appeared. Their remnant fragments of consciousness have always been floating here, remaining here. When we found them, it was already during the war, and they were so weak that they were about to completely dissipate. At that time, we guessed that they had actually resisted the initial attack of the dregs, delaying the disaster in this world, giving us time to prepare. A precautionary measure? Yun Nuashing frowned. You can't have predicted the disaster before it happened. That's not the case. It's because this world is actually not a complete and suitable environment. They stayed here and helped the world to go through a deeper evolution in the conceptual level of the rules. As just said, they resisted the initial attack and used the power of the Supreme Will to transform this area into a war zone. Now, all traces of the past have disappeared, and only the Twilight Realm is left. Everyone came to a realization. They had almost forgotten that the structure of this world was actually weird. The existence had forgotten to eliminate the rules of life when it created the world. A world that was specially designed for a certain purpose was actually not very suitable for life. Even though they were born with great strength and were pushed by the existence to finally take shape and survive stubbornly, it still could not change the fact that this world was not suitable for life. It was not a problem to let the life of this world fix this. As for how to fix it, the existence might not know as much as the life of this world. What they could come into contact with in this world was only the second half of history until now. The part that they could tell was the first half of history that was completely untraceable. They could only listen to this part as a story to fill in their knowledge and let them know how the world became like this step by step. So, the biggest problem is still the foreign things that are the source of the disaster. Hui hugged his arms and breathed out a long breath. There are not many things that can do this, but so far we don't seem to have any. He turned to look at Xiao Xiao and Sui Qing. The two of them shook their heads slightly. He then looked at Maple, who shrugged at him. Yes, they did not feel the presence of the chaotic energy at all. This group of foul things would not hesitate to show their existence when they corrupted the world. They could not wait to carve the mark of the chaotic void in every inch of space in the whole world. If they had really corrupted this world and that existence, it would not be so peaceful. The group of demonized creatures did not have the presence of the chaotic energy, or else Maple would not have been so quiet until now. There was no life in the current void that could react more strongly than him when they saw the chaotic energy. He would definitely be fully armed and clamoring to destroy the chaos wasteland. Yun Nuashing pondered for a moment and said cautiously, "Do you think the Supreme Will of your family?" It turned to look at the small mountain of crystals. "The Supreme Will may be sleeping where the heart of the world is." Hui was stunned and his eyes widened. "Wait a minute, isn't this the space between consciousness?" "Oh, right, I did not see the heart of the world from the beginning. Oh, the heart of the world is hidden in a deeper space." It scratched its head. This should be the arrangement of the Supreme Will itself. In their memories, the space between consciousness is like this. In the broken memories, there are a few scenes where they opened the real space and went to the heart of the world. Everyone was speechless. That guy either has persecutory paranoia or has the same idea. Why does the whole space between consciousness have to be stacked so many layers here? Isn't this defense a little too heavy? I'm not done. What I mean is, if the Supreme Will still exists. It was silent for a moment. If it or its will still exists, it should be and can only be in there. About that, we think it's 80% likely that it's already dead. Didn't the concept layer of laws also suffer the impact of its fall? We could not help but say, although it might not be nice to say that the creator of another's creation had died in front of others, he felt that they should be able to accept it. That is indeed the case. On the day it fell into a deep slumber, the layer of laws and concepts was impacted, with parts of the laws and concepts being permanently damaged. Before they could repair themselves, foreign entities had already descended upon this place, something that happened at the same time. It turned its head to look at the small white mountain. However, we can still feel that in this world, its weak aura still remains in this world. So we still have the extravagant hope that it is still alive. If it is really alive, it can only be there, sleeping there. Perhaps it is just our obsession and reluctance to leave. We have never dared to confirm it. Yun Nuashing looked at Shuang Shuang, who was staring at the small white mountain with burning eyes. She pulled Shuang Shuang's hand and let her calm down for a while. Then she turned to look at it. "Then we will go and confirm it for you. If that foreign being is still entangled with it and is inside, it's best that you don't come into contact with it. We can hold on for the time being. We should be able to hold on. It fell silent for a moment, and the light on its body surged slightly. Perhaps the countless consciousnesses inside were communicating with each other. Then it exchanged glances with the other consciousnesses, as if communicating with each other. After a while, it nodded slightly and said, "Yes." Moreover, it has been too long. Apart from confirming the situation of the world core, it is also time for us to calm down our uncertainties. No matter what the outcome is, we should face it head on. Please go and take a look for us. Phew! Yun Nuashing breathed a sigh of relief. If they really did not want to open the door, they could not do anything to them. The defense of this place was not something that could be broken through just by smashing the door. It was good that they could come to an agreement. After all, they did not come with bad intentions. They just wanted to know the cause and effect of some things so that they could solve Shuang problem. Now, they were finally going to open the door. They were finally going to know what it was that kept nagging at Shuang for hundreds of years. When they finished talking, Lu Xiaoqiu and Uncle Bird had also learned about what happened in this world and what they were going through now from the four consciousnesses. They saw that the two of them were surprised, shocked, confused, and silly. They looked like they had lost control of their expressions. They knew that they could not completely withstand the shock. However, there was still time. They could slowly accept it. "You guys have come to an agreement as well." Hui shouted at them. He first looked at the consciousnesses. "What are you guys going to do next? I mean, after our business is over. Do what we've been doing. Thanks to you guys, it's time to announce the end of this matter. Although it may take some time before it happens." The consciousnesses in the middle spread out their hands. "But there's already hope, isn't there? But we'll talk about that later." It led the other consciousnesses and turned to look at the hill-shaped crystal. "We'll open the door now. I'll leave the rest to you guys." "Oh." Yun Nuashing walked to Lu Xiaoqiu and Uncle Bird. She looked at them who were still confused. "Have you figured it out?" "Not at all. Not at all." Lita rolled his eyes. "My brain is still bloated. There are so many things. My worldview is a little shaken. It's about to crack. But give me some time. I should be able to stabilize it." Yun Nuashing remembered something. "Did you tell them about what happened in the southern chaotic lands? Those who have lost their past. They said it's because of the residue." Lita took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. "It's been too long. Even the toughest soul and consciousness would be worn down. They're just the part that changed. It's said that similar things happened in their time. But due to the pressure of life and death in that time, the warriors who lost their past would still continue to fight. It's just that they had forgotten why they were fighting." Sad words. Lu Xiaoqiu whispered softly. "Forgetting why they live, why they fight, why they resist. What you've forgotten, just fill it up." Yun Nuashing turned her head and whispered, "Wear and tear is not permanent. Just carve a new mark on yourself. Before you completely forget everything, let yourself carve everything. This is an eternal topic. Those who can't resist their own wear and tear mostly use this method to deal with it." Lu Xiaoqiu was confused. She looked at Fengling's calm face and could not help but ask, "Then, Fengling, how did you fight it?" "Us? We don't have such worries." Yun Nuashing shook her head. "Everything about our existence is carved into our soul and structure. Unless reincarnation, nothing can wear away everything about us. But even reincarnation won't be so easy to wear away. Ah, speaking of which, you know about us." Lu Xiaoqiu shook her head. "No. Well, I know, but I'm not sure. I just heard from them that you're friends from the outside world, here to help clean up the mess in this world. That excuse, well, it's not a big problem. Aren't they just holding the demonized life forms down and beating them to death?" "Something like that, although it's actually just a matter of convenience." Yun Nuashing scratched her cheek and looked away. If the road ahead is clear, the rest can be solved easily. With them around, the matter in this world will be a lot easier. Well, according to our original plan, if this world still can't quiet, when we're done, we'll let it quiet. But now, well, since it only needs time to solve it, then we'll leave it to you. After all, casually interfering in the affairs of other worlds will more or less have some unstable effects, and we don't know if it's controllable. Lida looked up at her. Can you be more straightforward? Settle your own family's matters by yourself. If you really can't settle it, then we'll lend a hand. Now that you guys can settle it, then settle it by yourselves. Yun Nuashing placed his hands on his hips and said righteously, This is to not affect the development of your family's world. We've always handled it this way. Unless it's a matter of life and death, we won't interfere forcibly. But the aftermath is troublesome. Not only us, but you'll also be in trouble. When the time comes, we'll have to force the matter into your mouth, like pouring medicine. You won't be able to handle it. Lu Xiaoqiu and Li De smiled bitterly. They could understand the answer. Friends, the gate has been opened. The rest of the road is up to you. The voice behind her made Yun Nuashing turn her attention slightly. She raised her hand and patted Lu Xiaoqiu on the shoulder. Well, we still have something to do here, so we'll take our leave for now. Well, you can continue to communicate. Wait for us for a while. When this matter is over, we'll send you back. Lu Xiaoqiu stuck out her tongue. You still remember? Of course. We've made a promise. We won't just throw it away. Yun Nuashing waved her hand and turned around with a smile. In front of the hill of crystals, there was an oval white portal that was about 10 feet tall. It had a somewhat profound aura. Judging from the aura of the rules and concepts that leaked out, they could confirm that the world core was indeed inside. Finally, it's time. Hui stood beside him and looked at the portal that caused a faint vortex to appear in the surrounding space. He crossed his arms and breathed a sigh of relief. I feel that it's extraordinarily tiring to go out this time. It's even more tiring than going to AI Hongyun's place. After all, we've been confused by this strange world. Yun Nuashing knocked on her forehead and waved her hand. Then we'll go in. Shuang Shuang could not wait any longer. She grabbed Lida's hand and rushed into the portal. Everyone smiled bitterly. This girl was so anxious that she could fly.